Good afternoon, all of you. So, nothing prepares you better for war than the war itself. Fine. So, good. You all have shown the courage, which is very, very important to clear this exam. And even if it's a mock test, there are many people who are coming and saying they are not prepared. Fine. But you have to come into the mentality of exam. There is no limit to studies. तो आप अगर डरते रहेंगे, मॉक टेस्ट देने से डरते रहेंगे, तब तो बड़ा ही मुश्किल है. बिकॉज एवरी टेस्ट, everything you have to take an opportunity to learn and to correct yourself. तो ये जो डर का एलिमेंट, मतलब नॉलेज इज इंपॉर्टेंट, लेकिन डर का एलिमेंट हटाना, एबिलिटी टू टेक कैलकुलेटेड रिस्क. प्रीलिम्स इज नॉट जस्ट कोई, मतलब यूपीएससी के तीनों स्टेजेस का एग्जामिनेशन इज नॉट जस्ट एन इंफॉर्मेशन, इट्स अबाउट स्किल्स, प्रैक्टिस. तो अभी जितना ज्यादा आप टेस्ट प्रैक्टिस कर सकते हैं और टेस्ट के थ्रू आप समझ सकते हैं, वो इम्पोर्टेंट है. अब इन टेस्ट में परफॉर्मेंस अच्छा है या नहीं है, ये इम्पैक्ट नहीं करना चाहिए. टेस्ट इज ओनली टू लर्न कि मैं गलती कहाँ कर रहा हूँ, ये पर्टिकुलर एरिया है, ये चॉइस करने में गलती की, ये पर्टिकुलर इशू था, मैंने इस पर्सपेक्टिव से नहीं देखा. क्योंकि एग्जैक्ट क्वेश्चंस थोड़ी आएंगे, लेकिन क्या आप अपने आप को मेंटली और साइकोलॉजिकली प्रिपेयर कर रहे हैं. बहुत सारे लोग अगर साइकोलॉजिकली अच्छी सिचुएशन में नहीं होंगे तो भी दे विल परफॉर्म विद अंडर कॉन्फिडेंस. तो अभी एक प्रोसेस है, माइंड पर प्रेशर नहीं लेना है कि मेरा होगा नहीं होगा, प्रोसेस करते जाना है. लास्ट डे में होगा ठीक है, नहीं होगा तो नहीं होगा, लेकिन होगा, हो सकता है ना. That 50% chance and higher is there. So along with that, these psychological aspects are also important. And it's good to you all have given the test, and by tomorrow, kal doge na rank, you will be getting your rank. So around 2000 plus students have attempted this test. So you will get rank accordingly. And we are also thinking to organize 3-4 more tests so that you come into the environment and psychology of exam. So now let us discuss polity questions. So what is happening is, what we have observed is that earlier more analytical questions used to come, but somehow factual questions are also coming. Means the type of paper state services used to ask, खासकर जैसे हिस्ट्री ये सब, तो फैक्ट्स इज ऑल्सो इम्पॉर्टेंट. पॉलिटी में 3-4 एरियाज पर क्वेश्चन जरूर आ जाते हैं. एक, फंडामेंटल राइट्स और डायरेक्टिव प्रिंसिपल्स, इनका रिलेशनशिप, इनसे रिलेटेड इंपॉर्टेंट जजमेंट्स. खासकर जो डायरेक्टिव प्रिंसिपल्स को पढ़ के जरूर जाना. डायरेक्टिव प्रिंसिपल्स और फंडामेंटल ड्यूटीज में जहां पर ओवरलैप लगता है, जैसे प्रोटेक्शन ऑफ लेक वाला हुआ या फॉरेस्ट है, तो फंडामेंटल ड्यूटी एंड फंडामेंटल और एंड डायरेक्टिव प्रिंसिपल्स, इसमें एक क्वेश्चन रहता है और गलती की सिचुएशन रहती है. तो इसमें खासकर फॉर एग्जाम्पल हेल्थ, न्यूट्रिशन, इनसे रिलेटेड जो डायरेक्टिव प्रिंसिपल्स हैं. फंडामेंटल राइट तो एवरीवन रिमेंबर्स, और गवर्नमेंट का लगातार फोकस बहुत रहा है फंडामेंटल ड्यूटीज में, मोदी जी की स्पीचेस में. तो कभी कभी मेंस में दे आस्क राइट द एंटायर शॉर्ट नोट ऑन फंडामेंटल ड्यूटीज, तो ये पढ़ के जाना. नेक्स्ट, ये चीज पे बहुत आता है, सिस्टम ऑफ गवर्नमेंट, पार्लियामेंट्री फॉर्म, उसमें कैबिनेट फॉर्म के क्या फीचर्स हैं, कलेक्टिव रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, बेसिक चीज पर फोकस रहता है और लोग थोड़ा कंसेप्चुअली टेकन फॉर ग्रांटेड लेके उसको खत्म नहीं करते. नेक्स्ट है इलेक्शन. मेंस में तो हमेशा ही यू विल सी रिप्रेजेंटेशन ऑफ पीपल एक्ट, सो प्रीलिम्स के लिए इलेक्शन रिलेटेड आरपीए के जो लॉज हैं या इलेक्टोरल रिफॉर्म से रिलेटेड हैं, कमेटीज हैं, कंडक्ट हैं, इसलिए इलेक्शन का टॉपिक इज इम्पॉर्टेंट। अब बाकी तो ये ड्यूटीज पूछते रहते हैं। नेक्स्ट है करंट, ऐसी चीजें जिनका फेडरल उसके ऊपर इम्प्लीकेशंस हैं, ठीक है। सो आई विल बी डिस्कसिंग प्रीलिम्स related polity related questions. So there is a parliamentary system of government in India because Lok Sabha is elected directly by the people. Parliament can amend the constitution. Rajya Sabha cannot be dissolved or council of minister is responsible to Lok Sabha. D. But why D? Because center of gravity is parliament, means ultimate power lies in parliament. Ultimate power means power to throw the government out also. अब एक और important feature है parliamentary form of government का, वो है cabinet form of government. Cabinet form of government का मतलब क्या हुआ? Collective responsibility. कलेक्टिव रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी का मतलब क्या हुआ? हाउ कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन मेंशंस दिस कलेक्टिव रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी। कलेक्टिव रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी एक और भी इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है, मिनिस्टर्स टेक द ओथ ऑफ सीक्रेसी, यानी कि कैबिनेट मतलब ओथ ऑफ सीक्रेसी का पर्पस क्या है कि इन कैबिनेट मीटिंग्स यू कैन हैव इंडिविजुअल पोजीशंस, but in parliament you will take collective position, you will sink and swim together, ठीक है। तो इससे रिलेटेड जरूर आता है क्योंकि हमारा पार्लियामेंट्री सिस्टम, इस पार्लियामेंट्री सिस्टम अ पार्ट ऑफ बेसिक पार्लियामेंट्री फॉर्म ऑफ गवर्नमेंट अ पार्ट ऑफ बेसिक स्ट्रक्चर, फाइन। तो इससे रिलेटेड चीजें समझ लो कैसे वो होगा। नेक्स्ट, यस, individual responsibility is of ministers to the president, which means ministers to the prime minister, यानी कि prime minister, whenever prime minister want, prime minister can throw the minister out. तो individual responsibility minister को होती है, but when there is a censor motion, censor motion can come against a individual minister also, but censor motion does not automatically lead to fall. तो ये दो तरीके से होता है। Now with respect to election expenditure, consider the increase in election expenditure by the candidate is governed by Representation of People Act. Yes, तो लॉ सही होगा। Only Election Commission of India can increase the expenditure ceiling? No. तो Election Commission तो वैसे भी executive body है, advisory body है. This will always be done by Parliament. Logically भी क्या है? Logically भी Election Commission only has to give advice. तो उनका कोई ऐसा real powers नहीं होंगी. There has been no revision in the expenditure ceiling since 2014. Fine. तो 2014 में भी इसमें changes हुए। तो आंसर क्या हो गया? The increase in election expenditure by candidate is governed. Yes. तो 2 and 3 is wrong. Which of the following is incorrect with regard to the term constitutionalism? Constitutionalism is antithesis to despotism. Constitutionalism established that government is a trust, that it is a trust and people are trustees and government has only delegated power, matlab rule of law. Term constitutionalism and democracy cannot be used interchangeably. Yes, they can be. तो ये ऑप्शन गलत है क्योंकि कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनलिज्म का मतलब ही है रूल ऑफ लॉ, डेमोक्रेसी। फाइन। सेपरेशन ऑफ पावर इज एन एसेंशियल फीचर ऑफ कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनलिज्म। यस है। तो इंडिया में है सेपरेशन ऑफ पावर, यस, लेकिन लेजिस्लेचर और एग्जीक्यूटिव में नहीं है। वी हैव आवर ओन सेपरेशन ऑफ पावर, क्योंकि सेपरेशन ऑफ पावर इज अ फीचर ऑफ कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनलिज्म, बिकॉज कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनलिज्म इज लिमिटिंग द पावर्स ऑफ गवर्नमेंट। आर्बिट्रेरीनेस को वो चेक करेगा। यस, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन रूल है, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनलिज्म इज वैल्यू सिस्टम, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनलिज्म आइडियोलॉजी है। कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनलिज्म लिबरल कंट्रीज में पाया जाता है। तो अब मान लीजिए ऐसे देश जहां पर कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन है लेकिन रूलर इज रूलिंग अकॉर्डिंग टू हिज विशेस, तो वो डेस्पॉट हो गया, वहां पे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन का कोई मतलब नहीं। मान लीजिए चाइना है, तो चाइना में शी जिनपिंग अपने मन से कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन चेंज कर ले रहे हैं, रशिया में पुतिन चेंज कर ले रहे हैं, तो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के अंडर में नहीं है। तो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनलिज्म एक कल्चर है, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनलिज्म लिबरलिज्म से रिलेटेड कल्चर है, जिसका थीम क्या है, पावर टू द पीपल एंड लिमिट द एब्सोल्यूटिज्म ऑफ द स्टेट। तो कंट्री में कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनलिज्म, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ना भी हो तो भी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनलिज्म हो सकता है। जैसे ब्रिटेन, ब्रिटेन में कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनलिज्म किससे इन्फोर्स किया गया, वहां का जो डेमोक्रेटिक कल्चर है, ठीक है। और ब्रिटेन में रूल ऑफ लॉ पहले आया, राइट टू वोट बाद में दिया गया। तो एक स्कॉलर है पॉलिटिकल साइंस में, फरीद जकारिया, वो क्या कहते हैं, पहले कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनलिज्म आना चाहिए, तब यूनिवर्सल एडल्ट फ्रेंचाइज दो, क्योंकि अन्यथा क्या होता है कि फेलियर के चांसेस होते हैं। तो जर्मनी में डेमोक्रेसी कोलैप्स क्यों हुई, क्योंकि जर्मनी में कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल कल्चर नहीं आया था। थर्ड वर्ल्ड कंट्रीज में डेमोक्रेसी कोलैप्स क्यों हुई, क्योंकि कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल कल्चर नहीं आया। इंडिया में क्यों थोड़ा बहुत चल गई, बिकॉज ऑफ द ब्रिटिश, दे हैव इंट्रोड्यूस्ड एंड वी वेयर मोर अवेयर देन द अदर्स, ठीक है। नाउ कंसीडर द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट रिलेटेड टू the National Commission to review the working of the Constitution. It was a statutory commission set up under NCRWC Act. Statutory commission क्या होता है, जो एक्ट के अंडर हो, पर क्या ये था, ये नहीं था। It was created by executive order. अब नीति आयोग क्या स्टैट्यूटरी बॉडी है, एग्जीक्यूटिव, प्लानिंग कमीशन executive body, fine. It was set up by parliament under article 263 of the constitution. No, 263 deals with what, interstate council. तो NCRWC as well as Panchi commission और सभी, they talk about strengthening of 263, but 263 के अंडर में नहीं है। Now National Commission for Backward Classes, constitutional और statutory, अब कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल हो गया। बाय विच अमेंडमेंट, 102nd अमेंडमेंट। एंड 105th अमेंडमेंट से क्या चेंज हुआ, स्टेट्स गॉट बैक। तो ये अमेंडमेंट्स और बॉडीज, नेशनल कमीशन फॉर वुमेन स्टैट्यूटरी बॉडी नहीं है, ठीक है। ट्राइब्स एडवाइजरी काउंसिल्स, ट्राइब्स एडवाइजरी काउंसिल 5th शेड्यूल में बनती है, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल है। एनीथिंग विच इज मेंशन्ड इज अ ग्राम सभा, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल बॉडी। सो द आंसर इज इट वाज नॉट अ स्टैट्यूटरी, वन इज रॉन्ग। इट वाज सेट अप बाय पार्लियामेंट, नो। सो आंसर इज डी, नीदर वन नॉर टू। With respect to interoperable criminal justice system project, because Amit Shah and they are talking about all these things, तो हो सकता है ऐसे पूछा जा सके करंट में। Consider the following. ICJS is a national platform for enabling integration of the main IT system used for delivery of criminal justice system. Yes, उसके 5 फीट उसको लिंक करना। अभी फिर से हो सकता है कि गति शक्ति अच्छे से पढ़ लेना, मेंस में तो पूछा ही है, लेकिन योजना सब में काफी आ रहा है, तो रीड गति शक्ति इन डिटेल. National Crime Record Bureau will be responsible for the implementation of the project. Correct. Recently, central government approved the implementation of phase 1. No, phase 1 is completed. Phase 2. It is an exclusive central government project. No, it is to be accomplished in collaboration with the state government. So 4 is wrong, 3 is wrong, 1 and 2 is correct. B is an option. Which of the following facts with respect to DPSPs are incorrect? They are borrowed from Irish constitution. Correct. They establish political democracy. No. They establish social and economic democracy. They establish welfare state. They are called as instruments of instructions. Where was instruments of instructions earlier? Government of India Act 1935. With respect to National Green Tribunal, consider the following. NGT is not the court but only a tribunal. Correct. इसमें क्या है कि every court is a tribunal but every tribunal is not court. ठीक है, ये प्रिंसिपल है. तो NGT ट्रिब्यूनल है बट कोर्ट नहीं है, क्योंकि कोर्ट के अपने स्पेसिफिक प्रोसीजर्स होते हैं. उसको थोड़ा सा अगर हमने डाइल्यूट किया, कुछ और लाया, तो एनजीटी में नेचुरल लॉ, ड्यू प्रोसेस ऑफ लॉ, इन चीजों का प्रिंसिपल अडॉप्ट किया गया है. तो ये प्योर कोर्ट नहीं है. इट कैन नॉट रिव्यू इट्स ओन ऑर्डर्स. इट कैन, और स्पेशली लोक अदालत बहुत पढ़ के जाओ. हमेशा लोक अदालत, नालसा, इसके फीचर्स क्या क्या हैं, और एनजीटी, लोक अदालत अच्छे से पढ़ के जाना चाहिए. क्या लोक अदालत से अपील जा सकती है ऑन हाई कोर्ट्स? नहीं, नहीं जा सकती. लोक अदालत क्या हो गया? ऑल्टरनेटिव डिस्प्यूट है. उसका कंसेप्ट ही ये नहीं है. ठीक है, स्पीडी जस्टिस से ज्यादा मतलब रिकॉन्सिलिएशन है रादर देन आर्बिट्रेशन. या मतलब आर्बिट्रेशन भी है, उनको फाइनल अथॉरिटी है. तो नेचर भी थोड़ा समझ के जाना है. Civil courts cannot hear the matter related to environmental issues under the 7 laws. Correct. NGT has 1 seat in every state. No, it doesn't have. So 1 and 3, B is an option. Which of the following is a definition of liberty as enshrined in the preamble of the Constitution? Liberty of thought, expression, belief, faith and worship. So liberty means non-interference in the market by the government. ये है but preamble वाले में नहीं ना. State shall provide economic liberty to disabled citizens. तो ये तो social justice है. Justice, social, economic and political. Liberty का नहीं है. State should take steps towards upliftment of socially and economically weaker. वो social justice का idea हो गया. State shall strive to provide enough safeguards to an individual to practice. Yes, लिबर्टी ऑफ, और या ये प्रियम्बल से एक ना एक जरूर आता है उसके वैल्यूज को और उसको उस हिसाब से. गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया प्रोजेक्ट एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत अपहोल्ड्स विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग विजन? फ्रेटर्निटी. इट वाज लॉन्च्ड इन व्हेन? ऑन सरदार पटेल्स वो नेशनल यूनिटी डे में. ठीक है, तो इसका पर्पस क्या है? कल्चर, unity in diversity, promotion of states culture and their understanding also. So they say that to solidify the vision, because Patel had a role in integration of princely states. So government schemes. With reference to the Constitution of India, consider Constitution gives us a moral identity. What is the basis to say so? जनरल विल, वी द पीपल ऑफ इंडिया. तो ये मॉरल कंसेप्ट हुआ. प्लस हम लोग सोलमनली रिजॉल्व भी करते हैं. ठीक है, बट मॉरल आइडेंटिटी को आप जनरल विल से लिंक कर सकते हैं. इंडियन कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन वॉज नेवर सब्जेक्टेड टू रेफरेंडम. करेक्ट. सो इज You can say referendum exclusively found only in direct democracies? No. Direct democracy का instrument है, but otherwise भी मिलता है. Now, referendum and plebiscite is same. Plebiscite is nothing to do with democracy, taking opinion. Referendum law making से related होता है. Initiative भी law making से related है, but people are making. Now, between the three, initiative, referendum and recall, which can be called as the strongest feature of instrument of direct democracy? Recall, because it is where you are exercising power. अभी कोई किसी एग्जाम में पूछा गया था, somebody was showing, क्योंकि you are having exercising the power to call the representative back. So recall is the strongest expression. So the answer is one only. A ही हुआ ना आंसर? क्यों? अच्छा, both are correct. 1 and 2 C both are correct. हाँ जी. Give us legal identity, yes, as a citizen. And हाँ, part 2. अगर preamble give us legal identity तो नहीं, preamble तो moral identity देता है, part 2 legal identity देता है citizenship वाली. No, plebiscite can be for anything. असलियत में तो जो ब्रेक्सिट हुआ था वो प्लेबिसाइट ही था, ठीक है, लेकिन अब प्लेबिसाइट वर्ड यूज नहीं करते क्योंकि वो उसका डेमोक्रेसी से संबंध नहीं, ठीक है, यूज वो वही. रिफरेंडम जब कानून बनाया जाता है, असेंबली एक कानून बनाती है और पीपल को रिफर करती है, जैसे फ्रेंच कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन का अमेंडमेंट थ्रू रेफरेंडम ही होगा, तो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन भी लॉ है. प्लेबिसाइट तो ओपिनियन लेना, जैसे सिलहट विल बी पार्ट ऑफ इंडिया और बांग्लादेश, उसका कानून से लिंक नहीं. यस. और एक समझ लो जैसे प्लेबिसाइट है वो पब्लिक से रिलेट होता है, तो पब्लिक टर्म थोड़ा नेगेटिव टर्म है, और पब्लिक मतलब यू आर टॉकिंग इन, जैसे डिक्टेटरशिप में भी ये सब हो सकता है, तो वो प्लेबिसाइट एक वर्ड ही, प्लेबिसिटरी डेमोक्रेसी भी एक रॉन्ग वर्ड है, मेजॉरिटेरियनिज्म के लिए यूज होता है. यस. नहीं किया, इंडिया में तो कभी नहीं. कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन तो रेफरेंडम कहाँ हुआ, वो तो अमेंडमेंट हुआ. पब्लिक से क्या, इंडिया की पब्लिक से थोड़ी रिफर किया गया. सिक्किम से हुआ तो वो तो बाहर की व्यवस्था है, सिक्किम में रेफरेंडम होके इंक्लूड किया जाता नहीं किया था तो उससे हमें थोड़ी कोई फर्क पड़ रहा है कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में. सिक्किम के इंक्लूजन पे रेफरेंडम हो तब चेंज हुआ सिचुएशन. कौन सा? मॉरल आइडेंटिटी का जो मतलब है, उसका मतलब ये होता है कि मैन सोशल है. अब उसको तो बहुत, आपका ऑप्शनल सब्जेक्ट क्या है? मैथ्स है, तो इसलिए जैसे ना, है ना, उसको मतलब जैसे फिलॉसफी में रूसो ने कंसेप्ट दिया था जनरल विल का, और रूसो ने बताया था कि मैन जो है वो मॉरल है, मतलब उसका मोरालिटी से उसका लिंक है, उतना तुम नहीं समझोगे, ठीक है. तो मैन इज अ सोशल एनिमल. नहीं मतलब कैसे समझाए, ये भी हो सकता है कि मॉरल जब होते हैं तब राइट्स होते हैं आपके पास, ठीक है. और रूसो ने ऐसे बताया है कि मैन के पास सोल है, सोल फिर गॉड से लिंक्ड है, जहां थोड़ा सा मेटाफिजिकल टाइप का एलिमेंट आए सोल ओल वाला, उसमें डाल सकते हो. या हाँ, क्योंकि कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन गिव्स अस मॉरल आइडेंटिटी, बिकॉज कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में ही ये मेंशन है वी द पीपल ऑफ इंडिया. जैसे मॉरल आइडेंटिटी हमारी मेंशन है प्रियम्बल में, प्रियम्बल तो पार्ट ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ही है ना, तो गिव है, आप एफर्म भी कह सकते हैं, लेकिन मॉरल आइडेंटिटी स्टैब्लिश करती है। सिंपल कंसेप्ट ये है ना कि वेयर इज दिस मॉरल आइडेंटिटी गिवन, प्रियम्बल, प्रियम्बल इज अ पार्ट ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, तो कंफ्यूजन ही नहीं। ठीक है, विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग केस प्रोपाउंडेड द बैलेंस, बैलेंस मतलब हार्मोनियस कंस्ट्रक्शन, मिनर्वा मिल्स केस। हालांकि सब में है, लेकिन इसमें एक्सप्लिसिटली अनाउंस किया है। मिड डे मील स्कीम फुलफिल्स द मैंडेट ऑफ विच ऑफ द आर्टिकल्स। ठीक है, नॉर्मली अगर याद रहा तो ठीक है, नहीं तो सही वाला ही होगा, मतलब एक गेस होगा, जब बनाता भी होगा ना कोई, इतना आर्टिकल में गलत आर्टिकल नहीं देते होंगे दिमाग से, मतलब अगर गेस करना भी होगा तो, बट पढ़ना पड़ेगा। डायरेक्टिव प्रिंसिपल दो तीन चीजें कि विच आर एडेड बाय विच अमेंडमेंट्स, 42 के क्या चेंजेस हैं, 44 के क्या हैं, और वो 97 है ना, वो पढ़ के जाना ही पड़ता है। और इन्वायरमेंट रिलेटेड क्लॉजेस क्या हैं, वुमेन रिलेटेड क्लॉजेस क्या हैं, जैसे रेस्पेक्टिंग डिग्निटी ऑफ वुमेन, तो फिर वो फंडामेंटल ड्यूटी है कि नहीं है, ये दो चीज बिल्कुल लास्ट मोमेंट पे, ड्यूटीज पे बहुत ज्यादा फोकस सरकार कर रही है। नाउ इंडियाज कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशन टू यूएन पीस कीपिंग फोर्सेस कैन बी सीन एज यूनियंस इम्प्लीमेंटेशन ऑफ आर्टिकल 51। Which of the following are the matters covered under list 1 of the 7th schedule? इसमें थोड़ा सा प्रॉब्लमेटिक है क्वेश्चन, नहीं तो फॉरेन लोन्स 1 भी हुआ, एटॉमिक एनर्जी भी हुआ, इंश्योरेंस भी हुआ, पब्लिक हेल्थ नहीं हुआ। लिस्ट 1 है ना, पब्लिक हेल्थ यूनियन में नहीं है, it is in the state list, union should have power, that is why there is a debate की by 15 फाइनेंस कमीशन के चेयरपर्सन कि इसको कॉन्करेंट लिस्ट में डालो। कॉन्करेंट लिस्ट में डालने का डिबेट ही यही है कि भाई जब यूनियन के पास पावर है नहीं पब्लिक हेल्थ की, अब इशू क्या है, वही मान लो डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट एक्ट, तो यूनियन कैसे, यूनियन तो रेजिडुअरी पावर से भी बना सकती है लॉ, ठीक है, डायरेक्टिव प्रिंसिपल से भी आप बना सकते हैं, डायरेक्टिव प्रिंसिपल्स में भी दोनों तरीके का बेसिस है। तो डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट एक्ट के अंडर में पब्लिक हेल्थ को लिया गया, लेकिन इट इज अ स्टेट सब्जेक्ट, पब्लिक हेल्थ सैनिटेशन, तो पब्लिक हेल्थ वाला ऑप्शन नहीं होगा, इसलिए आंसर एलिमिनेशन से अगर हम जाते हैं तो 1 और 2 होना चाहिए, तो थोड़ा आंसर का जो लिस्ट है उसमें गलत है। इंश्योरेंस तो यूनियन में है ही, एटॉमिक एनर्जी है ही, ठीक है। डायरेक्टिव प्रिंसिपल्स के अंडर में, डायरेक्टिव प्रिंसिपल एक तरीका है स्टेट लिस्ट के सब्जेक्ट्स पर लॉ बनाने का, और स्टेट लिस्ट का यूनियन लिस्ट का सब्जेक्ट है। हाँ हाँ, ये आंसर गलत हो गया, इसीलिए मैं कह रही हूँ इस सिनेरियो का आंसर बी होना चाहिए है। इंश्योरेंस तो यूनियन लिस्ट का ही है ना, स्टेट इंश्योरेंस कहीं देखा है एजेंसीज, यूनियन ही का है, मैंने लिस्ट नंबर भी लिखा हुआ है, देखो एटॉमिक एनर्जी यूनियन लिस्ट नंबर 6, फॉरेन लोन यूनियन लिस्ट नंबर 37, एंट्री नंबर 37, इंश्योरेंस यूनियन लिस्ट नंबर 43। ये भी पहले बहुत आता था क्वेश्चंस कि मेजर्स एंड वेट्स एंड मेजर्स किस लिस्ट में है, ठीक है, तो थोड़ा सा एक स्कोप ऑफ एप्लीकेशन से भी पता ही चल जाता है, लेकिन कॉन्करेंट लिस्ट पढ़ के जाओ, है ना, खासकर एनवायरनमेंट, प्लानिंग, एजुकेशन किस फॉर्म में कहाँ पे है। इसका आंसर विल बी B. Consider the following with regard to amending procedure of fundamental rights except basic structure. The state legislature can initiate any bill? No. But in US? Yes. Previous sanctions of the president is not required for introducing in parliament any bill. Correct. State se koi previous sanction is not needed. Joint session can be called for amendment? No. President is not bound to give his or her assent? Bound by 24th Amendment Act. But they can use veto, pocket veto. Time नहीं mention है. ओरिजिनल नहीं था बाउंड, 24th अमेंडमेंट एक्ट से बाउंड हो गया. Which of the following statement are true regarding martial law and other provisions? Article 34 empowers state legislature to indemnify. ये तो correct है. No, not state, union. हाँ, तो one is wrong because हाँ, तो इसीलिए ये कि थोड़ा जल्दी मत पढ़ना, मतलब ऐसे भी टेक इट फॉर ग्रांटेड कि 34 है और ये कर दिया ना. देयर इज ऑल्सो नो स्पेसिफिक और एक्सप्रेस प्रोविजन इन द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन विच ऑथराइजेस, ट्रू, बट देयर इज एक्सप्रेस प्रोविजन फॉर इमरजेंसी. कंसेप्ट ऑफ मार्शल लॉ हैज बीन बोरोड इन इंडिया फ्रॉम अमेरिकन कॉमन लॉ. कॉमन लॉ का कंसेप्ट ही ब्रिटिश है, ठीक है. कॉमन लॉ पर तो बेस्ड है, बट कॉमन लॉ का कंसेप्ट ही ब्रिटिश है. इवन अमेरिका हैज अडॉप्टेड फ्रॉम ब्रिटिश. और कॉमन लॉ का मतलब क्या होता है? प्रेसिडेंट्स एंड कस्टम्स. सो 3 is wrong, 2 only. C. What is the main source of political power in India? B. The people of India. With reference to India, ये तो खैर पिछली बार आ चुका है. Furlough is releasing a prisoner with a suspension of a sentence. Furlough is the right of prisoner and lasts for 14 days maximum. तो हम खुद ही भूल गए, ठीक है. So furlough लॉन्ग टर्म उसमें दिया जाता है, जैसे वो संजय दत्त वाला जो केस है जिसमें आप लॉन्ग टर्म. एंड furlough is considered as the right of a prisoner, so it will not be denied. तो इसका तो आंसर ही देख लो. I don't remember. हालांकि पिछला जो टेस्ट का उसका डिस्कशन मैंने. What is the answer? B means 2 only. Is it given in the key also? You do it from there. Concept of equality before law is British in origin, while equal protection of law American. Yes. Equal protection of laws connote that like should be treated alike without any discrimination. Correct. Equality before law is a positive concept. No. Negative लेकिन क्यों है? क्योंकि स्टेट को रेस्ट्रिक्ट करता है. नेगेटिव लिबर्टी, नेगेटिव कंसेप्ट. while equal protection of law permits state to make reasonable classification, intelligible differentia. तो इक्वालिटी बिफोर लॉ, ये सेंटेंस सही है कि गलत? प्रोहिबिट्स क्लास लेजिस्लेशंस. इक्वालिटी बिफोर लॉ प्रोहिबिट्स क्लास लेजिस्लेशंस, ये सेंटेंस करेक्ट है, ट्रू है. और क्लास लेजिस्लेशंस का मतलब हुआ आर्बिट्ररी, ठीक है. इक्वालिटी बिफोर लॉ और आर्टिकल 14 परमिट्स रीजनेबल क्लासिफिकेशन. यस. Equality before law is a part of basic structure. Article 32, basic structure. Can Article 14 be amended? Yes, amendment होगा, but not destroying the basic structure. Decrease मतलब उसको decrease नहीं होगा या destroying. Indian citizenship by registration or naturalization. होम अफेयर्स से ग्रांट रहता है बिकॉज एग्जीक्यूटिव का प्रेरोगेटिव रहता है, ठीक है. एनीथिंग एल्स यू वांट टू नो? अभी सर विल टेक आगे. सर इक्वल
exclusive project of central government or exclusive
ये तो इसीलिए स्कीम्स पढ़नी पड़ती हैं, जो भी नई स्कीम आई होगी या जो इनका मेन स्कीम्स रही होंगी तो वो थोड़ा पढ़ना पड़ता है। मेरे हिसाब से गति शक्ति को बहुत डिटेल में पढ़ लो, कम से कम अभी एक कोई योजना में भी मैंने देखा था।
exclusive project or
नहीं, ये इसमें लिखा हुआ है इन कोलैबोरेशन, पेपर में था वो, कुछ मेन पढ़ना पड़ेगा। हाँ, लोक अदालत का मतलब ये है कि आपने पहले ही माना कि आप रिकॉन्सिलिएशन के लिए जा रहे हैं, तो रिकॉन्सिलिएशन में गिव एंड टेक होता है, उसमें वन साइडेड जजमेंट तो नहीं आएगा, इट इज गिव एंड टेक। आपने डिस्प्यूट रिड्रेसल का एक मीडिएशन और रिकॉन्सिलिएशन सिस्टम ही अडॉप्ट किया है, तो जान के समझ के किया। तो जब मीडिएशन है और सिविल सोसाइटी को आपने दे दिया, तो आप उस पे क्वेश्चन करने का कोई मतलब नहीं ना, फिर जाना ही नहीं था, फिर आप सीधे कोर्ट पे ही जाते और फिर वो एडवर्सरी अप्रोच के साथ ही आप फिर सजेशन करते। यहाँ पे मीडिएशन और रिकंसिलिएशन की फिलॉसफी। फरलॉग ये सब तो थोड़ा लॉ का है। फरलॉग नॉर्मली हाउ द अमाउंट आई रिमेम्बर, फरलॉग दिया जाता है लॉन्ग टर्म इम्प्रिजनमेंट में। फरलॉग को राइट माना जाता है, पेरोल को राइट नहीं माना जाता है। और फरलॉग को एक तरीके से ये भी माना जाता है कि योर punishment term is being remitted. Suspension नहीं, remission, not suspension. What? Furlock का I am saying, I don't remember, तो मैं I won't, इसमें जो no मतलब पढ़ लो, is the right of prisoner and last for 14 days। इसका क्या आंसर यहाँ क्या दिया है, मतलब अभी नहीं पता है। ठीक है, लेट मी सी कोई ऑनलाइन डाउट है। सर आगे चलो, आई विल नॉट टेक टाइम। या उसके लिए तो सिंपल टर्म सेपरेशन ऑफ पावर ही है। ब्रिटेन में सेपरेशन ऑफ पावर, यूएस में ऑल द 3 ब्रांचेस में। हाँ, आर्टिकल 50, हाँ आर्टिकल 50 में है सेपरेशन ऑफ एग्जीक्यूटिव एंड जुडिशरी। यस, कोर्ट एंड ट्रिब्यूनल, कोर्ट का मतलब है दे हैव वेरी स्ट्रिक्ट स्पेसिफिक प्रोसीजर्स, इसीलिए ट्रिब्यूनल्स बताई जाती हैं जब आप उस तरीके के स्ट्रिक्ट प्रोसीजर्स को फॉलो ना करें। जैसे वाटर डिस्प्यूट के लिए ट्रिब्यूनल बनाई गई। अब कोर्ट में केवल जजेस ही हो सकते हैं, लेकिन ट्रिब्यूनल्स में आप सिविल सोसाइटी के मेंबर्स, एक्सपर्ट्स, वो भी, मतलब सम रिलैक्सेशन इज पॉसिबल। प्रोसीजरल को स्ट्रिक्ट करने मतलब इट इज वेरी स्ट्रिक्ट, तो इसलिए बनाया गया है ट्रिब्यूनल सिस्टम। फिर जैसे ट्रिब्यूनल, एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव ट्रिब्यूनल बनाया गया, वो इसीलिए बनाया गया, पहले हाई कोर्ट ही देख ले रही थी, लेकिन अब जजेस को एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन कॉम्प्लेक्सिटीज पता नहीं है, तो जजेस के अलावा भी अगर आप इसमें लोग रख सकते हैं। वो तो ट्रिब्यूनल का लॉ बताता है, जैसे इंटरस्टेट वाटर डिस्प्यूट एक्ट बताता है कि इसका लॉ विल बी ट्रीटेड एट पार विद ऑर्डर डिक्री ऑफ सुप्रीम कोर्ट, वो लॉ में दिया होगा। ठीक है, चलो, ऑल द बेस्ट। फाइन, यस।
या ऑल इन वेल? कौन कौन अपीयर कर रहा है इस साल? सभी कर रहे हो? मेंस पूछा मैंने तो। कॉन्फिडेंस तो अच्छा होना चाहिए यार ना। पढ़ाई शुरू करें? कैसे थी इकोनॉमिक्स बाय द वे? क्वेश्चंस इजी? इकोनॉमिक्स थी पेपर में, मतलब मैं ये पूछ रहा हूं कि इजी थी कि डिफिकल्ट थी? मीडियम? मतलब 20 में से 15 आ जाएंगे? 20 में से 15 आ जाएंगे ना? जिसके 18 एक जूस पिलाऊंगा अभी यहीं पे। क्या हंस रहे हो? अरे पिलाऊंगा, मैं पिलाता हूं क्लास में। कौन कौन है जो 18 वाला है यहाँ पे? 17 पे है कि 17 ठीक हो जाएंगे? ये आंसर की देखने के बाद नहीं बताना है। हाँ जी, अभी कर लेते हैं ना। 18 के ऊपर क्या है? एक जूस। महंगाई पता कितनी हो रही है? WPI CPI, that WPI inflation is slowly getting translated into CPI inflation. Okay यार, let's start the class. 17 रखें? All right. First question. Incremental capital output ratio ICOR of a country shows how efficiently the capital is being used in a country to produce the output. ये बात सही है कि नहीं है? सही है। ICOR की डेफिनेशन तो सही है भाई साहब, है ना? तो ये स्टेटमेंट बिल्कुल सही। A higher ICOR signifies a higher productivity in the country. सही है गलत? क्यों नहीं यार? ICOR क्या है? ICOR is change in capital divided by, कौन था जिसने पहले आउटपुट बोला? चेंज इन कैपिटल डिवाइडेड बाय चेंज इन आउटपुट। मतलब कि हाउ मच अमाउंट ऑफ न्यू कैपिटल इज रिक्वायर्ड टू प्रोड्यूस 1 न्यू यूनिट ऑफ आउटपुट। ठीक है ना? ICOR वही है कि कितना कैपिटल चाहिए एक यूनिट कैपिटल, एक यूनिट आउटपुट प्रोड्यूस करने के लिए। मतलब कि इफ वी आर प्रोड्यूसिंग अ रोड फ्रॉम 10,000 करोड़, इफ वी आर प्रोड्यूसिंग 100 किलोमीटर ऑफ रोड, और दूसरा है यूजिंग 10,000 करोड़ रुपीज इफ वी आर मेकिंग 200 किलोमीटर ऑफ रोड। किस केस में ICOR बेटर? सेकेंड केस में ICOR इज बेटर बिकॉज वी आर प्रोड्यूसिंग मोर आउटपुट पर कैपिटल, राइट? तो ये उल्टा होना चाहिए कि ICOR शुड बी लेस। अगर ICOR 5 है, if ICOR is 5, it means we need 5 units of capital to produce 1 unit of output. And if ICOR is 4, it means we need 4 units of capital to produce 1 unit of output. कौन सा अच्छा? 4 वाला अच्छा. So lesser the ICOR, better is for the economy, more efficient the economy is, right? So higher ICOR signifies a higher productivity of capital in the country. ये बात सही है गलत? गलत. तो ये गलत. And which of the following statement are incorrect? तो आंसर क्या आएगा? B. किस किस का सही है? किस किस का गलत है? किस किसने अटेम्प्ट नहीं किया? तो इतने लोग गलत क्यों करके आए? मैं तो ये नहीं समझा. किस किस का गलत है? देखा कैसा लगा मेरा मजाक? ये देखना जरूरी है, ठीक है? करेक्ट है इनकरेक्ट है ये देखना सबसे ज्यादा जरूरी है. IAS बनने जा रहे हो, गलत पढ़ रहे हो, क्या मतलब बनता है बताओ? ऐसे नहीं करना है, ये गलती नहीं करनी. चलते हैं आगे. Which of the following is excluded from GDP measurement? Sale of security ये नहीं होती, इंक्लूड है ना. ट्रांसफर पेमेंट ये भी एक्सक्लूड होती है, ये भी एक्सक्लूड है. वेजिटेबल ग्रोन फॉर पर्सनल कंजम्पशन ये भी एक्सक्लूड है. गवर्नमेंट स्कॉलरशिप ये भी एक्सक्लूड है. सभी के सभी जीडीपी मेजरमेंट से एक्सक्लूडेड है. आंसर इज डी. किस किस का सही? शाबाश, ये ट्राई बॉल थी. तो इंक्लूड होगा, बिल्कुल इंक्लूड होगा। मतलब मेरे घर में टमाटर लग रखे हैं, देश में प्रोड्यूस हो रही है, देश में प्रोड्यूस हो रहा है, बट हाउ इज एनीवन नोइंग कि मेरे घर में टमाटर लग रहे हैं? ठीक है, ऑल राइट। विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग इज करेक्ट विद रिस्पेक्ट टू एफएसडीसी? एफएसडीसी वाज सेट अप टू स्ट्रेंथन एंड इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइज द मैकेनिज्म फॉर मेंटेनिंग फाइनेंशियल स्टेबिलिटी। बोलो हाँ या ना? सही है ना, सिंपल है ये तो। दूसरा, चेयरमैन ऑफ काउंसिल इज पीएम। नो, कौन है? निर्मला ताई, एफएम। ठीक है, एक बात याद रखना, इसका आंसर की एक्सप्लेनेशन पे जाओ। And what is more important is you need to find out, you need to memorize who all are members of FSDC. चेयरमैन सिंपल है, चेयरमैन सिंपल है, बट पॉइंट इज मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स का सेक्रेटरी भी इसका मेंबर है, आईबीबीआई का चेयरमैन भी इसका मेंबर है। So memorize all those who are members of FSDC, you need to memorize it. ठीक है, कर लोगे? तो इसका आंसर क्या है? करेक्ट ऑप्शन 1। अच्छा एक बात बताओ, आउट ऑफ यू हाउ मेनी आर दो स्टूडेंट्स हु वांटेड टू मार्क सी और बी बट मार्क्ड समथिंग एल्स इन ओएमआर? ऐसा कुछ करके आए हो आज? कितने क्वेश्चन किए ऐसे? एक क्वेश्चन किया, इतने एक तो बहुत है सिलेक्ट होने और नॉट सिलेक्ट होने में, उसमें क्या 2.5 नंबर। और आज जो करके आए तो कितने लोग प्रीलिम्स में करके आएंगे ऐसी गलती कि सी करना तो बी कराए सर? ये गलती बिल्कुल नहीं करनी है। ऐसा तो मतलब दिस इज, मतलब ये क्यों हुआ? जैसे आपके 2 क्वेश्चन हुए, राइट? ऐसा क्यों हुआ? जल्दी नहीं करने, अपने को सिर्फ 50 क्वेश्चन करने हैं। ओके, विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग आर फैक्टर्स दैट इन्फ्लुएंस द इंटरेस्ट रेट्स इन इंडियन इकोनॉमी? सप्लाई ऑफ मनी, सप्लाई ऑफ मनी, ठीक है ना? यार किसी बच्चे को डाउट हो बिल्कुल पूछना, ठीक है? सबको आइडिया, सबको समझ में आती है बात? तो सप्लाई ऑफ मनी होगा तो हाँ, द इंटरेस्ट रेट्स विल बी इंपैक्टेड इन्फ्लेशन, तो हाँ वी नो इट वेरी वेल, राइट? एक्शंस ऑफ आरबीआई, यस। ग्लोबल इंटरेस्ट रेट, ग्लोबल इंटरेस्ट रेट्स, यस, राइट। तो आंसर क्या हो गया करेक्ट ऑप्शन में? आंसर में क्या है? तो आंसर तो डी है इसका। बिल्कुल, यस इट विल। एक्सप्लेनेशन में सीधे रखा है ना। अरे वो एक्चुअली हम ये करना जा रहे थे यूं, और वो बन गया यूं, वो मिरर इमेज हो गई। तो हम चेक कर रहे थे कि आप फिजिक्स में कैसे हैं। आंसर इज डी। हाँ जी, जी। Generally we take it lending rate, lending rate. कौन से वाला? यार अगर सप्लाई ऑफ मनी बढ़ी तो इफेक्ट क्या होगा? लिक्विडिटी बढ़ जाएगी, लिक्विडिटी बढ़ जाएगी, डिमांड बढ़ जाएगी, डिमांड बढ़ गई तो प्राइस बढ़ जाएगा। अपने को क्या करने का है? प्राइस कम करने का है। तो इंटरेस्ट रेट अब बढ़ा दो। समझ में आ रही बात? इन्फ्लेशन, डिमांड बढ़ा, प्राइस बढ़ा, मतलब प्राइस बढ़ा इज व्हाट? इन्फ्लेशन। इंटरेस्ट रेट बढ़ा दो। एक्शन ऑफ आरबीआई, आरबीआई ने रेपो रेट बढ़ाया, don't you think banks would increase their lending rate? Global interest rate, US फेडरल रिजर्व ने इंटरेस्ट रेट बढ़ाया तो एफडीआई क्या करेगी? भागो. तो हाउ कैन वी अट्रैक्ट एफडीआई एफपीआई? इंटरेस्ट रेट बढ़ा दो. समझ में आ रही बात? तो all fours they will be impacting the interest rates in Indian economy. All right. Global interest rate क्या है? That if suppose any foreign bank is increasing interest rates, then suppose say US Federal Reserve is increasing interest rates, and FDI FPI will move out of India. Rather, FPI will move out of India. And if FPI moves out of India, FPI moving out of India, at the same time, if FPI moves out of India, rupee depreciates. Fair enough. दूसरी साइड पे क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस इज इंक्रीजिंग, रूपी डेप्रिशिएट्स फर्दर. तो उधर भी रुपया डेप्रिशिएट, इधर भी रुपया डेप्रिशिएट. क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस बिकम्स हायर, प्राइस बिकम्स हायर, डीजल प्राइस इंक्रीजेस, कॉस्ट ऑफ प्रोडक्शन इंक्रीजेस, कॉस्ट ऑफ ट्रांसपोर्टेशन इंक्रीजेस. समझ में आ रही बात? तो हम नहीं चाहते कि एफडीआई एफपीआई अपने यहां से बाहर जाए. हम क्या करेंगे? हम इंटरेस्ट रेट बढ़ा देंगे. बिकॉज इफ वी इंक्रीज गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटी, ये बात याद रखना हमेशा, कॉर्पोरेट बॉन्ड इंटरेस्ट रेट, इट ऑलवेज फॉलोज इंटरेस्ट रेट्स ऑफ गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज. तो अगर गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटी का इंटरेस्ट रेट बढ़ा तो कॉर्पोरेट बॉन्ड का इंटरेस्ट रेट भी बढ़ेगा. कॉर्पोरेट बॉन्ड का इंटरेस्ट रेट बढ़ेगा, एफपीआई विल नॉट लीव इंडिया, एफपीआई विल स्टे इन इंडिया. ठीक है? तो आंसर क्या है इसका यार? डी राइट. ऐसा कोई जिसके 3 गलत हो गए हो? ऐसा कोई पहले 5 क्वेश्चन के डिस्कशन में 3 क्वेश्चन गलत? कोई नहीं. आई वाज जस्ट काउंटिंग माय जूस. ऑल राइट. तो कंसिडर द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट्स. प्राइमरी एग्रीकल्चर क्रेडिट सोसाइटीज आर नॉट रेगुलेटेड बाय आरबीआई. हाँ या ना? Yes, they are not regulated by RBI. हाँ जी. स्टेट. एक और बात बताओ मेरे को, जो PACS है, PACS इज फॉर शॉर्ट टर्म इंटरेस्ट रेट और लॉन्ग टर्म इंटरेस्ट रेट. If I talk about cooperatives, रूरल कोऑपरेटिव, 2 टाइप, लॉन्ग टर्म, शॉर्ट टर्म. शॉर्ट टर्म 3 टाइप, PACS, डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोऑपरेटिव बैंक, स्टेट कोऑपरेटिव बैंक. ठीक है? ऑलराइट. लॉन्ग टर्म 2 टाइप्स. कौन से? PCA, RDB, एंड सेकेंड वन, अरे कौन बोला? NABARD is the AIFI. अच्छा, can you take loans from NABARD? Not indirect. NABARD is a refinance agency. It will financing the banks, and banks then finance us. All right. So NABARD doesn't give loan to people directly. All right. Second is SCA-RDB. Full form PCA-RDB. RDB, B for बैंक, D से, R से, A से एग्रीकल्चर, C कोऑपरेटिव, P प्राइमरी कोऑपरेटिव एग्रीकल्चर एंड रूरल डेवलपमेंट बैंक. दूसरा RDB रूरल डेवलपमेंट बैंक, CA कोऑपरेटिव एग्रीकल्चर, S स्टेट. ठीक है? So these 2 are for long term financing, these 3 are for short term financing in case of rural cooperatives. And All right. And state cooperative banks are actually primary agricultural credit societies. They do not come under Banking Regulation Act 1949. All right. As they do not come under Banking Regulation Act 1949, they are not regulated by RBI. Only those banks are regulated by RBI which are registered under Banking Regulation Act 1949. ठीक है? And state cooperative banks are regulated by RBI. That statement is correct. Answer क्या है? C. Both 1 and 2. हाँ जी. But this statement is also not wrong. It's regulated by RBI. तो भी चलेगा. All right. Let's move further. Bond yield is directly proportional to which of the following? Interest rates. Yes, if interest rates increase, bond yield will increase, right? Inflation. Yes, because if inflation will increase, bond yield would increase. Fiscal deficit. क्यों? Because if fiscal deficit increases, liquidity. If fiscal deficit increases, what's the impact on liquidity? Liquidity would increase. Liquidity increases, inflation increases. Inflation increases, bond yield increases. All right, कोई doubt? ठीक है? And then bond price inversely proportional, right? So answer is 1, 2, 3. Answer is B. हाँ जी, हाँ जी. लड़के सुन यार अबे. How many of you understand this thing? That how many of you understand the relation between interest rates and bond yield? That how interest rates impact bond yield? कैसे बताओ? Point is, suppose you meet me after the class.
कम हो जाएगी तो बॉन्ड यील्ड बढ़ेगी. इंटरेस्ट रेट बढ़ेगा तो बॉन्ड से पैसा निकाल के दूसरी तरफ जाएंगे. दैट मींस बॉन्ड की डिमांड कम हो जाएगी.
If interest rates are increased, you know primary market and secondary market in bonds. Suppose new bonds are issued in primary market with the interest rate of 10. Suppose I have a bond with the interest rate of 10%. After a few years, the government issues new bonds with the interest rate of 12%. In that case, will I be able to sell my bond in secondary market with 10% rate of interest? Will anyone will buy it? कोई buy नहीं करेगा. क्यों buy नहीं करेगा? Because new bonds are giving a return of 12%. So how do I make it interesting? How do I make it attractive for someone to buy my bond? I increase his return. How do I increase? What is the return on bond? Return on bond is the yield. I increase the yield. If I increase the yield to 13%, he would buy it. And how do I increase the yield? By decreasing the price. The price of bond is 1000 rupees. I sell it for 700 rupees. The yield would increase. हाँ बेटा. कैसे? तो yield अपने आप बढ़ रही है. But ultimately my objective is I want it to be attractive for someone to buy it. It's like, yes, I would reduce the price, hence it will give a better yield. So answer is 1, 2, 3. All right. 8th question. During an expansionary policy, the steps taken by the government is likely to be providing tax concession. Look, what you need to understand is in expansionary policy, the liquidity is going to increase. ठीक है? Now, all the questions which you are attempting, could you find out why those questions were given? Reason is, in prelims the questions are always from current affairs, but they will never be current affairs completely. The questions are always the concepts behind current affairs. So if we are following expansionary policy, the questions will be regarding the concepts behind expansionary policy. If US Federal Reserve is increasing interest rates, they're not going to ask why they are increasing, what's the impact. Somehow indirect relation will be charted out, and with a question will be given in the prelims exam. So question in prelims are always concepts behind current affairs. So whatever magazine you are reading from for current affairs, in that magazine the current affairs are given, but in the side a box is always given of the concept behind that current affair, right? है ना? तो जो box है, read that box properly. All right. So providing tax concession, is it part of expansionary policy? Yes, it is. Reducing stimulus package? No, it's not. Starting new infra projects? Yes. Answer is 1 and 3. Very good. I was checking you guys. Yeah. देखेंगे. Promises are meant to be broken. All right. Yeah. Next question is the type of risk a bond investor would experience. First is interest rate risk. Yes, it would be. Reinvestment risk. What is reinvestment risk? Like I have invested in a bond which is giving me a return of 8%. When I get the matured amount, suppose that time new bonds are giving an interest rate of 7%. So don't you think I would think, if I had not got this money out, it would have been better for me, because I was getting a 8% interest, now I am just getting 7% interest, it is better. So it's always a chance, it's always a risk that if I am withdrawing my money, the new bonds where I would be investing my money is giving a lesser return. That is called reinvestment risk. Inflation risk. What is inflation risk? Which means real interest rate basically. Right. Liquidity risk. What is liquidity risk? Why don't we have a well-developed corporate bond market in India? Because in India's case, we do not have a well-developed secondary market for bonds. I'll give you an example. Suppose you guys want to buy a two-wheeler. Would you buy, no, not you, your father. You would buy something else, your father would buy something else. Suppose your father, he wants to buy a bike. Which bike would he buy? Hero Honda Splendor or Yamaha FZ? दूसरा क्वेश्चन. He wants to buy a car. Would he buy a Maruti Swift or he would buy Fiat Punto? Swift क्यों? Resale है यार. पापा ने ये बोलना है. Papa will not be worried about whether I drive it well or not, whether it looks well or not. Before even buying, he is thinking of selling. यार Activa sell करेंगे ना, we'll get better return. We sell Swift Desire, we get better return. What is the meaning of selling what's the meaning of reselling it? Secondary market. We do not have adequate number of buyers of Yamaha, of Fiat Punto in secondary market. Therefore, we do not have adequate number of buyers of these items in primary market also. So in case of Fiat, in case of Yamaha, the secondary market is not well developed. In case of Yama, in case of Fiat, there is a liquidity risk. I buy a car of 5 lakh rupees. If I think of selling it, I'm just getting 2 lakh rupees. You getting my point? So answer is, then liquidity risk, default risk? Yes. So answer is all 5. हाँ क्यों? तो इसमें कहाँ लिखा है गवर्नमेंट बॉन्ड है? बिल्कुल बॉन्ड है. इवन अ कॉर्पोरेट, हाँ जी, यस, बॉन्ड, कॉर्पोरेट बॉन्ड क्या है? ठीक है, हाँ जी. वो जैसे श्रीलंका पे तो यही कह रहा है, इट वांट्स अ मोरेटोरियम, बट दैट इज एक्सेप्शनल सर्कमस्टांसेस. Normal circumstance, when I say default risk, means it means the company is not having money to return. That's called default risk. So answer is all of the above. हाँ जी. Interest rate risk is the new bonds which are issued in the market. They are having a better interest rate. That's called the interest rate risk. हाँ जी. बॉन्ड होल्डर जो है अल्टीमेटली कितना पैसा मिलेगा? जितना लिक्विडेशन हुआ. सपोज द कंपनी हैड आउटस्टैंडिंग डेट ऑफ 50,000 crore rupees, but by liquefying the company we are only getting 30,000 crore rupees. Will all the bondholders will get the same amount of money? No, they would get money on a preference, but would they get the complete amount? No. All right, so next question, which of the following are the features of core banking technology? Transactions management, payment processing, loan disbursal management, customer onboarding. Achha, by the way, are you aware what is core banking technology? The core, what we have, what is called CBS, core banking solutions. Like, how is it possible that your father is depositing money in Patna and at the same moment it is reflected in your account here? It is through CBS, because all bank accounts are connected through servers. That is called core banking solutions. So, which of the following are features of core banking technology? Transaction management? Yes. Payment processing? Yes. These are all 4 of them. And loan disbursement management? Yes. Customer onboarding? Yes. That is, if I am a customer and if I have an account in Delhi Karol Bagh and a new customer is added here, the same customer will be shown in Chennai branch also. That's called customer onboarding. So answer is all 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. G. गवर्नमेंट बॉन्ड्स, बिकॉज प्राइवेट बॉन्ड में रिस्क बहुत है यार. पीपल थिंक कि रिस्क है. यस, दे आर. A high inflation is not beneficial for which of the following category of people? Fixed salary workers? Yes. Debtors? No. Inflation, remember this. Inflation benefits debtors. Achha, how many people got this answer correct? This is correct. Answer is 1 and 3. How many people got this correct? Most of you know the concept, right? So answer is 1 and 3. Yeah. Which of the following statements are correct? Marginal propensity to consume is defined as the proportion of an aggregate raise in pay that a consumer spends on consumption of goods and services as opposed to saving it. It is correct. That is, if my income is increasing, of that increased income, how much percentage I will be saving and how much percentage I will be spending. How much I will be spending, that is called marginal propensity to consume. Is it okay? So this is higher the income, higher the MPC? No. Because if a person has higher income, it means almost his all requirements are met. You getting this? समझाता हूं. जैसे मेरी मंथली इनकम 10,000 rupees. This is my monthly income, 10,000 rupees. If my monthly income increases to 12,000 rupees, how much is the increase? 2,000. Out of this 2,000, how much will I spend? And how much will I save? How much will I spend? That is called marginal propensity to consume. कि जितने मेरी इनकम बढ़ी, out of that, how much I am consuming, that is called marginal propensity to consume. One is my monthly income is 10,000, it increases to 12,000. Will I be saving more or will I be spending more? एक मिनट. Depends नहीं. Now my monthly income is 10,000 crore and it increases to 12,000 crores. In which case there are more chances of spending and in which case there are more chances of saving? Second case, savings more because his basic requirements are already met. First case where the person is hardly having any money to consume. So in that case, whatever extra he is getting, he'll consume it. So higher the income, lower the MPC. Is it okay? So answer क्या है? One only. ठीक है भाई? All right. Which of the following is not an objective of National Digital Communication Policy 2018? Broadband for all. It was an objective ensuring digital sovereignty. Yes. Tax concession to private telecom companies. नहीं ये नहीं है, factual question है. So this is tax concession नहीं दिया था, right? So answer is C. Which of the following factors are considered while determining the minimum support price? All. Consider the following statements related to inflation in an economy. Headline inflation excludes certain items from the CPI which faces volatile price movement. हाँ या ना? What is that inflation called? Core inflation. Core inflation. What is refined core? उसमें right. If I talk about CPI, in CPI we have fuel and power as one separate category, and in CPI we have miscellaneous as one more category. समझ में आ रही बात? In miscellaneous, the fuel and power, the petrol and diesel prices, they do not fall under fuel and power, they fall under miscellaneous, under expenditure on vehicles, expenditure on transportation. That is called refined core. So from total headline, from total basket of goods, if I remove food, if I remove fuel, if I remove food and fuel, that is called core inflation. If I remove food, fuel and also petrol and diesel from miscellaneous, it becomes refined core. Is it okay? So refined core के अंदर petrol and diesel prices from miscellaneous are also removed. So RBI can control which type of inflation? RBI can control refined inflation. You getting my point? RBI can control only demand side inflation. RBI cannot control supply side inflation. Currently, prices are increasing not because of increase in demand. Prices are increasing because of increase in crude oil price. ठीक है? Then, so this statement is wrong. In the long term, core inflation provides an accurate picture of how an economy is behaving compared to headline inflation. हाँ या ना? Right? So answer is B. Then consider the following statements related to बिल्कुल नहीं हेडलाइन इन्फ्लेशन के अंदर सप्लाई साइड कंपोनेंट को भी हम इंक्लूड कर लेते हैं. सो व्हाट इज अ जनरल इन्फ्लेशन? बिकॉज व्हेन आई से इन्फ्लेशन, आरबीआई शुड डिसाइड इट्स इंटरेस्ट रेट्स एज पर इन्फ्लेशन, बट headline inflation also includes those goods whose prices are dependent on supply. Food. नहीं हो पाता. लॉन्ग टर्म में if you always see there's always a difference in the graph of core inflation and headline inflation. Economic survey, if you refer economic survey, you'll find out these graphs. क्या? Interest rates. So that is not the right thing. That's the criticism of the current policy system, policy rate system. That we are deciding interest rates based on headline inflation, which is also taking into consideration food and fuel. वो सही नहीं है. So next, consider the following statements related to IMF. IMF is contractually bound to repay a member if the member exercises its claim of SDR. No. Look, SDR is not a currency and SDR is not a claim on IMF. IMF has given the countries SDRs. That doesn't mean that once countries foreign currency assets, gold is over, then that country will give its SDR to IMF and would say give me equivalent amount of foreign currency. Nahi. IMF doesn't have, any country doesn't have any claim on IMF. जैसे currently, if Sri Lanka has SDR with it and Sri Lanka says to IMF that we'll give you SDR, you give me dollars, IMF would say nahi. SDR is not a currency, SDR is not a claim on IMF. So now if Sri Lanka has SDR, Sri Lanka can give that SDRs to India and in return India would give foreign currency to Sri Lanka. As India would have more SDR than what its quota says, IMF will give interest to India. And as Sri Lanka would have less SDR than what its quota says, Sri Lanka would give interest to IMF. That is how SDRs work. SDRs are not a currency, they are not a claim on IMF. Alright, so IMF is not contractually bound to repay a member. समझ में आ रही बात? तो पहली स्टेटमेंट है गलत. Members of IMF can exchange SDRs and currency among themselves. Yes, this is correct. Answer is 2 only. The target group approach of policy implementation is related to socio-economic development of vulnerable rural community. All right. 1 or 2 difficult questions are always put so that students think they do not know everything. 18th, simple laddu. Which of the following is not an objective of Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana? All of them are objectives, right? So answer is D. हर खेत को पानी, repair and renovate water bodies, improve efficiency, water usage, construction of rainwater harvesting. Yes, all right. Consider the following statements. All right. Consider the following statements. Under the agile approach, a rigid upfront plan is drawn for implementation. False. First of all, even if you do not know what is a rigid approach and what is a waterfall approach, you just know what is rigid and what is agile. Right? Tiger, leopard, they are agile. They are not rigid. So if someone says कि agile approach, rigid upfront plan, this statement is false. Waterfall framework responds flexibility by assessing outcomes. ये भी false. Answer is correct. Answer is D. All right. If someone doesn't know this answer, please refer economic survey chapter number 2. ठीक है. 59th. Capital adequacy ratio has continued to improve in last 5 years. Yes, it has. CAR has improved. Net NPA of scheduled commercial banks have been increasing during last 2 years. No, they have been actually reducing. Rather, NPAs of India have come around 2% of total advances. So NPAs have reduced and capital adequacy ratio has improved. Point is, out of these two statements, only one can be correct. Because if NPAs are reducing, it means RWA of the bank. All right. If NPA of a banks are reducing, what happens to RWA? RWA would decrease. What is this? C by RWA. This is CAR. This is CAR. So if this is increasing, if this is reducing with the same capital, don't you think CAR would increase? How much is the capital adequacy ratio of Indian bank currently? 15. Indian banks are maintaining 15%. How much they have to maintain? 9% as per RBI. How much they need to maintain as per Basel? 8%. So Indian banks are doing very, very well. All right. Services sector is the largest recipient of FDI inflows. Yes, yes. India was the second largest recipient. False. India है fourth largest. तो आंसर क्या हो गया? A. All right. How many of you got 19 correct? 18. दो को आ गए. But I thought only one, तो मैं तो एक जूस पिलाने वाला था. How many of you हो गए? 17. How many people got 17 correct? 16. All right, 16, 3, 4, 5. How many people got 5 correct? At least 5. Less than 5. Less than 5. 10. 10 or above 10. 10 or above 10. That's a good number. ठीक है. ठीक है. Test easy था. thing is the test was conceptual. If you are doing well on all these concepts, monetary, we asked interest rates here, we asked bonds here, we asked a lot of facts over here, we asked a lot of agriculture over here. If you are getting more than 10, it means you are going in right direction in terms of Indian economy. Okay. I do not know how much you will be scoring in this test. If you score well, it is good. If you do not score well, better. It means now there is more scope of improvement. So do not take the score of this test as a judgment. Do not be judgmental of yourself कि मेरे 50 आए, I won't get selected. मेरे 60 आए, I won't get selected. I don't know. Good score is always on June 5th. Point is, whatever mock test you are attempting, take that mock test as a practice, as a way of learning 100 new things. Do not repeat your mistakes. Attempt all the questions and make sure you attempt all easy questions. ठीक है? All right. ठीक है, I'll hand over to the next teacher. Probably geography teacher would come. हाँ जी. नहीं, पॉइंट इज जैसे कैपिटल एडिक्वेसी रेशियो वाला क्वेश्चन था, इट वाज फ्रॉम इकोनॉमिक सर्वे. एजाइल अप्रोच फ्रॉम इकोनॉमिक सर्वे. Point is, guys, economic survey helps you to solve trend-based questions. Dynamic question है फिर trend-based question, that is fiscal deficit of India. ऐसा question आया था. In the last 5 years, India has gone towards fiscal consolidation. How do we know without seeing the economic survey? So economic survey से dynamic trend-based question solve हो जाते हैं. हाँ जी. पढ़ा नहीं अभी? पढ़ लेते हैं. हाँ जी, किसको? ये मैंने एक्सट्रीम क्वेश्चन को दिया ही नहीं एक्चुअली, से बताओ, बिकॉज नाउ हाँ, अगर कहीं भी एडवर्ब लगी हो कि ली, एक्सट्रीमली, ह्यूजली, that since economic reforms, Indian agriculture has improved drastically. तो drastically तो कभी है ही नहीं, because how do we measure drastically? The thing which we can measure, that we can still find out true or false. But the things which we cannot even quantify, cannot even measure, how can we say it is correct or wrong? How can we say it? तो वो चीज correct नहीं होगी. ठीक है, हाँ जी.
एक स्टेटमेंट करा दोगे तो उसमें जाना चाहिए ना,
जाना चाहिए.
क्योंकि ये मेंटलिटी रहती है, बिना पढ़े भी एक क्वेश्चन सही हो गया उसी मेंटलिटी से. जैसे ये कैंडिडेट रिलेशन वाला था, उसमें पता है कि एक से गलत एप्टीट्यूड है तो एप्टीट्यूड की जगह एप्टीट्यूड कराऊंगा, करेक्ट ऑप्शन
कर सकते. अच्छा, one thing which I would like to stress upon is, of all the mocks which you guys are attempting, please focus on your accuracy. Always you should measure how much you are attempting and how much correct you are getting. Because depending on your accuracy, it will decide how you go ahead. ठीक है. One thing which I would surely request you is, in all the mocks, do not go for any guesses. At least in the mock, do not go for a guess. Why? If you go for a guess, in which question would you go for a guess? Which you do not know. So if that question becomes correct, would you even refer its key? No. Tendency is no. Even if you refer its key, would you refer the booklet? Would you refer the static notes for it? But the question which you find out wrong, you will always check in your notebook, you will always check in the reference book. So if the question becomes correct, it's not going to help you. If the question becomes wrong, you lose 1 mark, you lose 2 marks, you lose 0.66 marks further. Your marks, instead of improving, they go down. Is it helping you again? No. So whether it is correct or it is wrong, guesses do not help you in mock exams. Why do we conduct an exam? So that we know where are we standing. A honest assessment. So if you really want to have an honest assessment of yourself, please do not go for any guess in the mock exam. If you know 40, attempt 40. You know 60, attempt 60. That's it. ठीक है? ठीक है. That's it from my side. If you have any doubt, you can always contact me through the administration. ठीक है? हाँ जी बेटा. What's your name? So I have to explain something to Krishna. Krishna says I need to explain what is waterfall approach and what is agile approach. Suppose Krishna is my son, 8 years old, and I tell Krishna, Krishna, you come home by 6 p.m. in the evening. After playing, you come home by 6 p.m. He comes back by 9 p.m. He is 8 years old. What would I do? First is nahi. That is old school. That is new school. My is old school. First, I will give him 5 slaps. And then I would ask, why are you late? So I have pre-decided what I would do. Waterfall approach. ठीक है? Then second thing is, I give him 1 slap. Then I ask him, beta, why are you late? He says something, I give 1 more, then I ask, what were you doing? So depending on his response, I decide my response. That is called agile approach. So in developed countries, what did they do? They followed waterfall approach for providing stimulus package. They had decided initially what they are going to do, how much money they are going to do, how much transfer of money they will go in DBT, waterfall approach. In India's case, we went step by step. We gave one relaxation, then we saw the response. As per response, we gave second relaxation, then we saw the response. So it was like to and fro was happening. That was called agile approach, a flexible approach. Production link incentive नहीं कह सकते हो तुम, कह सकते हो, नहीं भी कह सकते हो. Because point is कि if I talk about India's response for this, India's response in countering COVID impact, it was like that. First we gave Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana, so that like everyone should get a food. We gave free cylinders. Then we thought of giving moratorium on the loans. Then we thought of focusing more on capital expenditure. And gradually we increased capital expenditure in 21-22, and we increased our capital expenditure further in 22-23. So depending upon what is happening in the economy, the government was deciding its response. That is called agile approach. Waterfall के अंदर है, we have decided in the initially what we are going to do. Is it okay? All right. दूसरे टीचर नहीं आ रहे. You are able to understand the questions?
Good afternoon. कैसे करेंगे सर? So, in geography, question number 1 is about consider the following statements related to earthquake. There is no technology or knowledge available so far to forecast the intense shaking of the earth. Earthquake early warning system is tool developed in recent times for issue of earthquake alert warning based on P wave arrival time after the occurrence of an earthquake. And the P wave are primary destructive wave and S waves are relatively less destructive. Third is wrong. Third is wrong. If third is wrong, it means that 1 and 2 should be the correct. Fine. Why third is wrong? Because the S waves are more destructive. If next question is based on the same thing, and the question is there that P waves means you want to say that the S waves are more destructive. Suppose if it is written that P and S waves are destructive, true or false? True. True or false? Both are destructive. Both are destructive. See, when we talk about the destruction caused by the earthquake, so that destruction caused by the earthquake means what? That is the body wave or that is the surface wave? First of all, answer me this. Body waves are equally destructive. True or false? True or false? And if false, then the second statement is that the P wave and the S wave are the body waves. True or false? True. It means that the P waves and S waves are not destructive. Fine. The destructive waves are the surface waves, and the surface waves are the L wave and the R wave. Simple question. Sometimes it happens, need not to worry. Sometimes it happens that you are understanding right but reading wrong. This is, a very general practice that most of the candidates face in the UPSC examination. Remember, now you can ask me that why is it so? Like you said, the transverse wave and the perpendicular and all. So there, a very simple thing is that suppose if a wave is, and this is, the point focus from where it is originating. It is the focus point from where it is originating. All right. So if it is traveling here or here, then the destruction, whatever the destruction we talk about, that destruction always takes place here on this part. That is the surface part. Point number one. So body waves are those which are flowing through the interior of the earth. And these are not reaching on the surface, because if they are reaching on the surface, so these are getting transformed into the surface waves, and the surface waves are L and R. Then how come? I hope it is clear to everybody now. Fine. So however, your answer is correct. But the reason that you had given that is not correct. Not destructive waves. These are actually the cause of the surface waves. Remember. Now here we need to understand that the earthquake waves are what? So earthquake waves are actually those waves which were formed because of the conversion of potential energy laying in the rock into kinetic. All right. And if it is changing into the kinetic, so in this case, it has to pass through the surface. And if the surface is there, it is in the interior, so it is going this way. Now, this is called the epicenter. And now on the epicenter, these are surface waves. That's why I said, suppose if the question is rephrased, and it is said that which one is destructive, body wave and the surface wave, even you will say that this is surface wave. Even then you will say body wave. Body wave means the wave which is inside, and the surface wave is on the surface. So it is the surface wave that is destructive. Fine. Surface waves are getting formed because of the transformation of the body wave into the surface wave. All right, clear, everybody? Now in the explanation point, one thing is written. I hope that this paper has been given to you. In explanation point, it is written that the P and S wave are caused by the initial rupture of the earthquake. Fine. And the rupture occurs when two sides of the fault slip past one another and energy is released. The stored pressure then travel away from the hypocenter radially in the form of P and S wave, and thus the P and S wave both originate or begin at the earthquake foci, where ruptures first occur at depth. The focus is different than that of the epicenter, which is the surface location on the earth. Now, just above to that, the paragraph is that the S waves or the secondary waves arrive second. Both waves cause the ground to shake when an earthquake occurs. S wave cause more intense shaking than the P waves, are typically much more destructive. Just correct this statement. It's a statement, please correct it. The last line is that when the earthquake occurs, S wave cause more intense shaking than the P wave. It is true or not true? True or not true? True. It causes more shaking and typically more much destructive. Just cut this line. Are you getting that difference? Fine. You see, S wave will be causing more shaking Why? Because it is moving the rock perpendicular to the direction of the motion, of the propagation. So that's why shaking will be more, but the destruction will not be caused by it, because the destruction is mainly caused by the surface. I hope now it is clear to everybody. Now, let us take the next question. Acha, first and second statement is there is no technology or the knowledge available so far to forecast the intense shaking of the earth. Remember, there are the methods. There are the methods. Methods in the sense that when we say that is there any possibility of making any sort of guess before the arrival of the earthquake, then yes, there are. Say for example, all of a sudden there is an increase of level of radon in the groundwater. You can say there is a change in the behavior of the number of animals, especially those ones which are there in soil. But the point is that is it so much reliable that we can make a forecast that after 2 days or after 1 day earthquake is about to come? Answer is no. This is the reason why when we say that there is no technology, it is true. Now, the second one, earthquake early warning system is tool developed in the recent times for issue of the earthquake alert warning system P wave arrival. It is true. It is recent current affairs, and you will find it is mentioned in the PIB. Most of the questions that we have taken, these are not the ordinary questions taken from the conventional part. You can find that these were there in the news. Idea of the test series is that one. So that's why this one is correct and this one is correct. One more thing is there, and this explanation is a sort of oversimplification, because here we are catering with those candidates also who are very much fresher and they are going to write their prelims for the first time. Otherwise, when we are saying that the earthquake is there because of the rupturing of the rock or the faulting and all, this is, in the QEP class we had discussed, this is oversimplification. Earthquake comes only and only if a major form of potential energy is getting changed into the kinetic. That's it. How does it happen? How will it happen? That can vary reason to reason. Sometimes it is the fault and sometimes it is without fault. Fine. Sometimes it is because of some other reason, like we had discussed about the anthropogenic factors. Fine. And can you answer me? Can you give me any example when the earthquake has occurred in India without rupturing or without the fault line? Reservoir induced seismicity. You have studied, and on this basis, if you will apply this, so it seems to be little, bacha type. But bacha type, why I said that this is for the bachas. Otherwise, if a chapter in the QIP I had discussed and the many of you were there, that this is oversimplification. I hope it is done. Any doubt? No. Now, the next one is there. Sugarcane family Gramine is widely grown crop in India. It provides employment to over 1 million people directly or indirectly, besides contributing significantly to the national exchequer. Consider the following statement. Tropical region in India has more area under sugar cane cultivation. Tropical region in India has more area under sugar cane cultivation as compared to subtropical region. ट्रू है. अच्छा, अगर मैं आपसे पूछूं, क्या नाम है आपका? सौरभ जी. अगर मैं आपसे पूछूं कि ट्रॉपिकल रीजन कहते किसको है, तो क्या बोलेंगे आप? सॉरी, 5 डिग्री नॉर्थ एंड 5 डिग्री साउथ इज कॉल्ड द ट्रॉपिकल रीजन. तो बिटवीन 5 डिग्री नॉर्थ एंड 5 डिग्री साउथ इज कॉल्ड answer is 23, and answer is 23.5 degree north to 23.5 degree south. That is called the tropical region. है ना? Now this boy Saurabh Kumar said that the Maharashtra lies there. So Maharashtra is there south to 23.5 degree or not? Answer is there, yes. Karnataka is there or not? Answer is yes. Tamil Nadu is there or not? Answer is yes. है ना? अरे उत्तर प्रदेश कैसे? उत्तर प्रदेश कैसे? अब मैप ड्रॉ करूं क्या मैं? है ना? अब very simply you will find now here you see the map goes this way. This is a 23.5 degree. उत्तर प्रदेश कहां है? Where is उत्तर प्रदेश? है ना? यहां पे है. अब देखिए if such a question is asked in the examination, then how to attempt? This is what my objective is. Fine. I am not here to tell you that this question will come. I want to give you that approach, that what approach you need to apply if you are not very sure that the answer is what the correct answer is. So there you see it is saying the tropical region in India has the more area under the land. Now, itna basic that you need to know the tropic is 23.5 to 23 south. Which part of India, which states are the India through which the Tropic of Cancer passes? Fine. So there you know that it is the Gujarat, Maharashtra, this Madhya Pradesh region, this entire region is there. Uttar Pradesh, necessarily not. Punjab, necessarily not. Haryana, necessarily not. Now ask to yourself that whether in Bihar there is a cultivation of the sugarcane or not. Answer is yes. In Punjab it is there or not? Answer is yes. In Haryana it is there or not? Answer is yes. And very recently there was Kisan movement and the people were asking for the government support to the sugarcane farmers. It means the Uttar Pradesh is also a major producer. Point number one. Point number two is, since your childhood means when you started your preparation of UPSC, you have been answering one question. And the question is that why southern states of India have more sugar production than the north? More productivity, or the more productivity there in the south than the north? पढ़ते रहे ना? And there you have written that yes, Uttar Pradesh has the largest area under the sugarcane cultivation, but the Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka have more productivity because of this, blah, blah, blah. पढ़ा है ना? Now it is saying that tropical region in India has the more area under sugarcane cultivation. Wrong. Because now it is saying that the Maharashtra region or Tamil Nadu region or the Karnataka region collectively have more area under than the UP, Punjab, Haryana, Bihar. Say yes or no. What you have read, the question is based on the same. Only the language has changed, and that is, creating that confusion. Now it says that in India, sugar year runs from the April to March. April to March. Fine. April to March. How many of you celebrate Diwali? Everybody celebrates Diwali. And during the Diwali, we use sugarcane to do Lakshmi Puja. अगर ये मान लो कि if it is coming in the month of April, तो फिर उस वक्त कैसे आ रहा है? General knowledge, है ना? General knowledge. What I am saying is just try to, because only those candidates will not qualify prelims examination who have read. Fine. Because it is definitely going to happen कि at least 50 to 60% of question you will get about which you have to make a little guess. Fine. Every question will not come from your, the zone of comfort. So just you think it should not be there. Point number one. Point number two, it means that's why I connected it with Diwali. Now, the next question is there. If you have read, so this sugarcane cultivation requires a temperature 21 degree to 27 degree C. All right. And the rainfall should be 100 centimeter, to be very precise, 75 to 150 centimeter. And thereafter, it will be grown in all those areas where the irrigation facilities are good. Punjab is the good example. Tamil Nadu is good example. Haryana is good example. Western UP is good example. All right. So whichever way you will catch, whichever way, either through your experiences or the study you have made, you will find that this statement is also wrong. Say yes or no. Now, if this one is wrong and this one is wrong, 1 and 2 is wrong, suppose. So 1, 1, 1. Incorrect? Sorry, incorrect. Answer is incorrect. It means now incorrect they have asked, it means what? That which of the statement is incorrect? It means that the number 1 is incorrect and number 2 is incorrect. All right. So 1, 1, 1 are incorrect. 2, 2 and 2 are incorrect. Now the competition is there between the 3 and the 1, 3. Fair and the remunerative prices of the sugar cane is half of the minimum selling price of the, almost equal. Now this is something, the part of the economy. There you know that why this issue has been taken, because of this year, you know, the farmers' protest was there. Fine. And there you will find that it is not as such. It is not as such. There, you know, the central government is there, that also fixes the price. The state government is there, that also fixes the prices, and it has nothing to do with the half of the minimum support price. And that's why even this one becomes wrong. Answer is D. Clear? Everybody? Which of the following statement is correct related to Mars opposition? During Mars opposition, Earth and the Sun are opposite side of Mars. Leave that. See, idea is, without having these options, can you answer this question? Can you explain that what is called the Mars opposition? Sorry? नहीं अगर तो सबसे पहले कोशिश ये होनी चाहिए, कि if you are able to answer that what is the Mars opposition, so then you can answer these questions easily.
Depending on sun ray, what side of Earth sun ray is lying and what side of Mars sun ray is lying.
This is Earth. Fine. And Earth is rotating on its axis west to east. Fine. Here it is Sun that rises into the east. If the Sun is rising into the east, it means that day is starting. And during the daytime, Mars will not be visible, because the Mars is visible only at night. All right. It means when the Sun is rising, Mars is setting down. And at night, now the Sun will come here. The Sun is setting down and the Mars will be rising. Just opposite. And this is called the Mars opposition. All right. Now we know that the Sun, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, every planet, if it had to revolve around the, Sun, so why is it so? Because of the Sun's gravity, we had discussed in detail in the QEP. Fine. It need to be very much spherical orbit. Earth orbit and the Mars orbit. But we had discussed that no, it is not so. It is not so. Because, of course, more than 99% gravity of the solar system is there into the sun because of its mass. But the Earth, Mars, and other or planets, these are not only affected by the Earth's gravity, these are also affected by the gravity of the other planets. And this is the reason why their path is actually elliptical. Say yes or no. And this is why there will be a concept of perihelion and aphelion. All right. And because of this perihelion and aphelion, it cannot happen every time. And that is why the next statement is there in the question, and that says that the Mars opposition happen after every 26 months. अगर ये ऐसा नहीं होता, then in that case, but since it is there, so this is the reason why this one is there. Now it says that during the Mars opposition, Earth and Sun are opposite side of Mars. Opposite side of Mars means what? Mars is here, fine, Earth is here, and Sun is here. How is that possible? ये तो possible ही नहीं है. वो तो बचपन में पढ़ा था ना कि माई एजुकेटेड मदर, ये तो इसी को रॉन्ग कर देगा. समझ में आई बात? तो फर्स्ट तो ऐसे ही गड़बड़ है, तो सेकंड वन नन ऑफ द ये. अब नाउ दिस थिंग, व्हाई दिस थिंग हैज बीन आस्क्ड, अभी हुआ है, रिसेंटली हुआ है ना, रिसेंटली हुआ है. And that is why the current affairs, especially from 2020, that is very much important. Very much important. Consider the following statement related to the seismic activity in India. Kopili fault zones separate Vindhyan range and the Satpura range. अब इसको पढ़ने का मतलब नहीं है, if you do not know the Kopili, it means that you do not know the answer. है ना? And everybody who had noticed The Hindu, Indian Express, PIB, any newspaper, they had mentioned that very recently there was a major Assam earthquake. And in that earthquake, it was said that it is happening because of a fault line. A fault line is there that is extending between the western Manipur to the junction of Assam, Arunachal Pradesh. And this is, around 300 kilometer long and around 60 kilometer wide. And because of this fault line, this is called the Kopili. This is called Kopili, the earthquake had come. And in future, there is a strong possibility of the earthquake of high magnitude to come. And this is what the Wadia Institute of Himalaya has predicted. And this prediction is there why? Because in Arunachal Pradesh, everybody knows now that we have a plan to have the number of, the dams, construction activities to develop that region. If more and more construction activity will be there, then of course it will be affecting that concept of the regional isostasy, QEP, we had discussed. Regional isostasy. And in that regional isostasy, what is that? That suppose if any region is there in a balanced way, if somewhere you are exerting more pressure, more weight, then obviously this part will be affected. So fault line, you are now creating the man-made structure over there. So this will be man-induced earthquake. All right. Secondly, this is that region which has a thick deposition of Brahmaputra alluvial plain. And if the Brahmaputra alluvial plain, it means the loose material is there. Fine. So if suppose if any deep shaking will be there, that material won't be able to sustain, and that will be causing huge destruction. This is why 2020 only it was there in news openly. Fine. अब अगर इतनी सी बात अगर आपने पढ़ी है तो कोपली फॉल्ट जोन इज वन ऑफ द मोस्ट स्टेबल पार्ट ऑफ पेनिनसुला. सबसे पहले दिस स्टेटमेंट इज अ बकवास स्टेटमेंट, है ना, बकवास स्टेटमेंट. हाउ कम अ फॉल्ट लाइन, फॉल्ट जोन कैन बी स्टेबल? लॉजिक है ना, सोचना चाहिए था ना कि ये कैसी बातें कर सकता है ये. तो अगर अच्छा, नाउ इट मींस दैट दिस वन इज रॉन्ग. नाउ हिमालयन फ्रंटल थ्रस्ट इज अ फॉल्ट अलोंग द इंडियन ड्यूरेशन टेक्टोनिक प्लेट. ये तो ऑब्वियस सी बात है. We had discussed in the QEP various, the fault lines. Fine. Indo-Sangpo Suture zone was there. Then the MBT was there. All. So this is what now in India, no place between the equator and the Tropic of Cancer lies in the zone 5. What is zone 5? Highest. So it says that in India, no place between the equator and the Tropic of Cancer lies in the zone 5. True or not true? Huh? False. Why is it so? अंडमान निकोबार है ना, ठीक है, आंसर तुम्हारा सही बनता है. अंडमान निकोबार दिमाग में आ गया, जिसका मतलब है कि तुम्हारी बात बन जाती है जोन 5 में. और उससे भी पहले अभी ये जो सारी बातें हम कर रहे हैं कोपली फॉल्ट की, हम मणिपुर पहुंच गए हैं, है ना. तो मणिपुर के नीचे वाला जो पार्ट है तुम्हारे पास, दैट इज कॉल्ड द मिजोरम एंड दैट इज कॉल्ड त्रिपुरा. थ्रू व्हिच टॉपिक ऑफ कैंसर पासेस और नॉट. अभी तो डायग्राम ड्रॉ किया था मेरे भाई. ये क्या है? तो दिस इज एक्चुअली easy question. But what happens that when the questions or the options are mixed in such a way that a very tough is there and then the easy is there, so usually the entire focus and attention goes on the tough. Easy पे हम confused हो जाते हैं, and this is why. So it was rather easy option. Fine. Everybody who knows about the zone, who knows about the earthquake zone, the seismicity we have divided, that knows that that Andaman Nicobar there is there south to Tropic of Cancer. Lekin I hope you have done well. So answer will be, this one is wrong. Fine. This one is wrong. So answer should be what? The Himalayan frontal thrust, and this one is also wrong. Only 3. I hope it's clear. Pakka? Which of the following is correctly matched? You can recall that mapping part in the QEP we had done, है ना? And the better tough questions we had taken over there. They have not asked about the Sea of Azov and the salinity and the current and all stability and all. I had taken that also. You can expect question from there. And remember, this is what our expert team has prepared. I have not contributed even by a single question. But you see, this is what the trend. Now, Dardanelles Strait, Strait of Hormuz, Taiwan. Now you see that they are asking that which of the following are above are correctly matched. Dardanelles Strait, Sea of Mara and the Black Sea. True or false? Why? Here there are two straits, strait number 1, strait number 1, strait number 2, and then there is a strait number 3. All right. This is a Sea of Azov. Sea of Azov. It is Black Sea, and this one is this is Sea of Mara. And then here it is the Aegean Sea. Aegean Sea. Now they are asking which strait is there. Why are they asking this? Why are they asking this? Because of the Ukraine and Russia conflict reason is there. Where is Crimea? Where is Crimea? Here it is Crimea. Fine. Where is Odessa? Here it is Odessa. मार्क कराया था क्यूईपी में, ऐसा मत बोलो, है ना? जो भी थे वहां पे मैंने सारे के सारे मार्क कराए थे. जाकर के घर पे एटलस में चेक करना, हाईलाइटेड है, तुमने स्टिक नोट्स पे लिखा भी है. ठीक, this part is there. Now they are asking about this. So here, here and here, it means that they are talking about ki which one is this one, which one is this one, because between the Sea of Marmara and the Aegean Sea. So Dardanelles is there or not? Dardanelles is not there. So which one is there? Bosphorus. So this is actually Bosphorus and this is Dardanelles. Say yes or no. So this one is Strait of Hormuz. Easy hai. Strait of Hormuz is easy. Fine. Why Strait of Hormuz is important? Two reasons. Number one, if nearby they are asking that what is happening in the Black Sea region and why is it happening in the Black Sea, and once again this question is still easy. Next time I will frame the question. Fine. And you will start sweating. Not because of the difficulty, because of, the higher level of accuracy you need to have. What it demands, what UPSC demands, how better stable you can keep yourself. 55 questions, 70 questions, 60 questions if you have to answer, more stability is required. So deeper, the Hormuz, this one is easy. And the reason is why they have asked, because of the India and the Iran relationship. And you can find that in post 2018, because of the Chabahar port, if you have heard about. Fine. This reason has always been there in news. And India has a major investment there. Taiwan Strait, everybody knows. Everybody knows. South China Sea conflict. Fine. The military exercise, Quad. कहीं तो पढ़ाई होगा ना. जहां भी अगर तुमने एटलस से पढ़ा है, तुम्हें याद होगा मैंने क्यूपी में बोला था कि द मैपिंग ऑफ द वर्ल्ड इज नॉट एसेंशियल ओनली फॉर द ज्योग्राफी, दैट विल हेल्प यू इमेंसली इन द करंट अफेयर्स एज वेल एज इन द इंटरनेशनल रिलेशंस. So if you have gone through the Quad, fine. Imran Khan Sahab has talked about the Quad few days ago. The India is a member of Quad and at the same time it is buying cheap oil from Russia. Fine. What a brilliant diplomacy they have. So answer is, if one is wrong, one is wrong, one is wrong, one is wrong. केवल एक जानना था तुम्हें. All right. And then there is, अब ये तो factual है, absolutely factual. मुरिया मेघालय में है क्या? Fine. If it is not there, it means it was wrong and this one is wrong. खारिया राजस्थान में, खारिया, number 2 is wrong. 2 is wrong. So 3, 4 and 5 is answer. अब ये क्वेश्चन थोड़ा सा इजी आ गया. And consider the following statements related to the Himalayan range, and that is a tooting tiddling suture zone. TTSZ is a major part of the western Himalaya near the Pamir Knot, and at Dihang Gorge, Himalaya takes a sharp southward bend and connects with the Indo-Burma range. Fine. So obviously Dihang Gorge, that everybody knows, Brahmaputra Gorge. In the QEP, I had explained that why gorge is there only. Why not this side or that side? Fine. I had explained that how the gorges are formed, why Brahmaputra there, why Indus is, in many things we had in detail we had discussed. So this is obviously correct. Now the tooting and tiddling suture zone. If it was in the western Himalaya, तो कभी ना कभी तो सुना ही होता. अगर सुना ही नहीं है मतलब कि नहीं है. just a shortcut, है ना? Otherwise, it is in the current affairs, PIB, I think October 2020. Why it is so? Once again, Arunachal Pradesh region, and they are the dam construction. That's why number 1 is wrong, and Dihang Gorge is correct. Answer is 2. All right. So this is about the geography that I had to take. You please ask somebody to the next faculty to come. All right. And anything else if you want to know? Which one? 10. 10 number, it is question number 9 to 10. Is this as per the IPC 6 ecology environment it is? That will about to start. Not the first time, it is a suture zone. But do you know what is the meaning of this suture zone? Up, see. All right. No. See. This is a pen. All right. Now, this pen is there, and this is India. So, 1 second, sir. 1 second. If this is India and this is Eurasia, it is going inside. All right. If you take mango slice, आया होगा ना? So sometimes we take this way. So when you are doing this way, one side it is going in and here it is. So the cracks develop. Those cracks are called faults. All right. So when the Indian plate is going inside, so that plate also has the level of elasticity. Rock also has the elasticity. So when it is going inside, those cracks which develop, these are called the faults. So there are number of faults in Himalayas, starting from that very extreme north to the south. So one major fault is there here, and it is a local name depending upon the mountain range or the rock or the tribe on the basis of that. Say for example, when we say the Indo-Sangpo suture, fine. What does it mean? So since it has been named after the rivers which are flowing over there. All right. Thank you very much. And very soon I am coming for the discussion of the questions that I had promised to you people in the QEP. You can come. Sorry? What day? Most probably this week.
इसको इधर करा दो थोड़ा सा ये सकता है यही रहेगा ना क्वेश्चन के लिए थोड़ा सा या तो इधर करा दे या उधर करा दे एक तरफ कर दे करा दो ऑडिबल आवाज आ रही
So I'll be discussing history. Usually people Jai Shah must be taking it, but kind of is busy. So I'll be taking this portion, which is Shad. So all of you people have appeared. आगे हम चलो. So I'm Shwatank, in case people mustn't have seen any of the files. This is it. What am I? चलो. So please एक बार देख लें. Attempt किया सबने? Everyone has attempted these things? Great. Consider the following statements given as assertion and reason. Alauddin Khilji imposed price control in Delhi. Reason was given that he wanted to lower the wages of the salaried army men in Delhi. Now, look, Alauddin Khilji came in power somewhere around 1296 and he stayed in power till 1316. After him, Khilji's started declining, and 1320 Khilji's power ended. Now, what you need to know is, among the Khiljis, Alauddin was the one who extended the empire deep till south. So, in this question specifically, it's famously said that he was the one who imposed a system of price management in such a way that everything, or for the time being, was resolved. So, what he did is, he fixed the prices just in Delhi, not everywhere else. Usually people think that throughout the Delhi Sultanate he did that. No, he did that just in Delhi. So what exactly he did is that there were 3 markets, okay, one for slaves, one for clothes, okay, one for everything else, and then he fixed the prices of all 3 markets. Why he did that? That is interesting. There are 2 different school of thoughts. There are scholars or people like Barni, Ziauddin Barni, who stated that the reason was he wanted to punish Hindu traders. That Ziauddin Barni. There were other people like Amir Khusro, who stated that he did so for the welfare of the people because price rise was taking place and he needed to resolve that issue. Okay, so these are the 2 opinions. Whatever you want, you can accept. Now, the real reason was that he wanted to reduce the prices to maintain a big and huge army. Fine. So that was the reason. Alauddin Khilji. So 61 A, both A and B are both A and reason and assertion both are correct, and it kind of explained the whole thing. Fine. I think so are correct. Reason correct. He wanted to lower the wages of the salaried army men. The reason was that. Sorry. No, wages come bhi karne the. Over the period, the whole idea was that he wanted to extend further in the south. For that purpose, he needed to make sure that wages will be reduced. Okay, so consider the following statement marked as assertion and reason. Sultan Muhammad bin Tughlaq issued the currency of copper coins and declared them legal. Okay, everyone? The treasury of Sultan was empty because of his short-sighted projects. Look, there is something very interesting. Both are correct, but assertion and reason, relation-wise, anyone? Not there. B option. Okay. For those who don't know, let me explain this thing. Muhammad bin Tughlaq ruled between I just told you Khiljis ended by 1320 and then Tughlaqs came in. Muhammad bin Tughlaq came to power in 1324 and he ruled till 1351. Now, in case if anyone doesn't know, please remember this thing, that as a person, in his individual capacity, Muhammad bin Tughlaq was a somewhat, he was a very well evolved. He was a literary genius kind of a man. He knew Sanskrit, he knew Persian, language skill wise, he had interest in mathematics and statistics and all those things. So those things are there. But then he was pretty eccentric. मतलब लोगों को ऐसे फोर्ट के बाहर बांध उनके लटका देता था, ठीक है? So those things he was very famous for. So what he did a lot of stuff which can be considered who evolved for his time. So वो वही होता है कि idea अच्छा था, implementation खराब हो गया. Yeah. So there were 5 things. I think so. People have get the notes. Those 5 things are there. There's 5 steps he has taken. So one among them was silver was not available, enough silver. There was deficiency of silver in the whole global market. So he decided that instead of silver, he will be using copper. So basically the same fiat currency concept which हम economics में देखते हैं, the same economic concept of fiat currency, instead of silver, he said that people can use copper coins and if something comes up, we'll exchange that. But that didn't work out that well because people in his own court started minting copper coin at their home and then come and take from their coffers. So first is correct. The second is the treasury of the Sultan was empty because of his short-sighted project. Now, reason is correct. He had to pay from his silver treasury. Problem is, this is not the reasoning for the assertion. Okay, this is not the reasoning for the assertion. It was an outcome of the assertion. Okay, So A and B both are assertion and reason both are correct, but reason is not the explanation of the assertion. Which of the following were the same for both Buddhism and Jainism? Anyone? किसी को आंसर बताना है? बता लो. हाँ, sorry. 2 and 3, yeah. हाँ, sorry. हाँ, बस एकदम सिंपल. Explanation needed और आगे चले. Simple. Yeah. Easy. Yeah. नहीं, अगर यहाँ एक्सट्रीमिटीज ना लिखा होता तो हो सकता था. नहीं, बुद्धिज्म में एक्सट्रीमिटीज नहीं है, मध्यांत पाथ, मिड पाथ. ओके. जैनिज्म में जो रिचुअल्स होते हैं वो लेटर ऑन स्टेजेस में आए हैं. ठीक है. जो इनिशियल जैनिज्म था, द बेसिक आइडिया, it was basically it's something which evolved out of a rigorous system of Vedic rituals. So that has to be taken. Yeah. The people who were living around 6th, 7th century, they were basically in the later Vedic period on the cusp of that thing. Okay. Yeah, you can say that, but yeah, obviously, Heenyana, Mahayana, these divisions will come when you will see in the perspective of Buddhism. Here we are comparing Jainism and Buddhism. Okay. Consider the following statement. The tenets of Jainism were initially patronized by upper caste Kshatriya communities. Reason: Vardhaman Mahavira himself belonged to the Kshatriya community. Answers? Yeah, fine. Yeah. So I'll explain the first part anyway, because maybe someone who will be watching it later on live telecast or anything. Some people have this misconception a lot many times that Jainism, Buddhism both were an outcome of or they were instigated by the Vaishya community. Okay, the idea was that they were the one who were most persecuted and all. But then you have to understand that the whole concept started from the Brahminical dominance, and so it started from there. So there were certain Kshatriya also who were looking for a dominant position in society, or at least a stage up. So that is the reason that Kshatriya communities were initially they also supported Jainism. Some places, not always, but some places. So, sorry. नहीं वो क्षत्रिय कम्युनिटी से बिलोंग करते थे, वो बिल्कुल ठीक है, लेकिन यार वो द थिंग इज दैट ही वेंट अवे फ्रॉम हाउस, देयर टोटली नो कनेक्शन. सो वो चीज वी आर नॉट गोना कनेक्ट देयर. ही वाज बोर्न इन अ क्षत्रिय फैमिली, बट हिम बिकमिंग द लास्ट तीर्थंकारा हैज नथिंग टू डू विद बीइंग अ क्षत्रिय. सो दैट वोंट बी कनेक्टेड. बट इन इंडिविजुअली स्पीकिंग दैट स्टेटमेंट इज राइट. फाइन. Which of the sites are important source of inscriptional evidence for understanding the Mauryan Empire? All? Yeah. So, yeah, let me tell something interesting here, more important than this. Everyone knows about James Princip. Okay. Anyone? James Princip? Huh. Yep. Anything else? Yeah. Through that only he started Devdas and Priyadasi. Now understand this thing, that he did that. James Princip was the person who official of Bengal Civil Services, and he was the person who deciphered the Brahmi script. Before that, people didn't knew about what is written in Brahmi script. Just like even now we don't know what Indus Valley civilization people used to. There are inscriptions, but we haven't deciphered it yet. So till he did that in 1837, people had no clue about the very existence of the Mauryan Empire, or even prior to that. Till 1837, all the British archaeologists and all the experts used to think that even the existence of Gautam Buddha is a part of mythology and nothing more than that. Fine. So 1837, James Princip deciphered the language, and then they started getting a lot of stuff here and there, and then they got to know that before 10th century AD, there were kingdoms, empires, properly evolved administration in India. Till 1837, Britishers used to think that Indians don't know administration, or they didn't had any empire prior to 10th century AD. Okay, so keep this thing in mind. Now, after he did that, then they started figuring out that these inscriptions are everywhere throughout the subcontinent, from the northwest till Karnataka. And so basically, Patliputra was anyway the capital. Takshila was the most important city in the northwest. Okay, education center, but otherwise also it was very important because it was on the trade route. Okay, Ujjain played the role of a capital city, second capital kind of played, and Allahabad, because the inscription was brought in from Haryana. Fine, so all of them are there. किसी को कोई doubt उसमें? There is anyone? Fine. The Mesolithic age is characterized by which of the following changes? There seems to have been a shift from a big animal hunting to small animal hunting, and first sign of domestication appears during this period. Which of them is correct? Anyone? Both? Everyone? Any other option? Anyone? Like anyone feels like? Fine. Both of them are correct. Everyone knows the variation: 10,000 BC to 6,000 BC and 6,000 BC onwards, Neolithic. Okay. So just keep one thing again in mind, that it's not like, it's just, if in case anyone gets confused about how the division is done, always remember it's like this only, that we are living in India, and there is a system, there is a technology we are living with. And the people in New York City or Tokyo are much more evolved technically. So that's a technically advanced society. So Mesolithic, Neolithic also geographically you can sometimes divide. So there are certain times when you'll find a Neolithic site at one geographical position, but in the same period you'll find a Mesolithic site somewhere else. Okay, so that can happen, and that happens a lot. Okay, yeah. Yeah.
First, women are hunter, then become gatherer, then become domestication.
Yeah.
Like pastoral.
Yeah.
Pastoral work.
Mm-hmm.
Then in Neolithic age, early humans are
Mm-hmm.
only hunter.
Mm-hmm.
Then in when we come to Mesolithic age, then here.
Mesolithic comes first and then Neolithic. So.
Paleolithic.
Okay, Paleolithic, they were hunters. Yeah. Yeah.
Then Mesolithic, humans are gatherer.
Mm-hmm.
And then we become started domestication.
That's why I told you that the very thing that you don't have to be very fixated on the very division. Okay, it's an evolving society. It is us people in 21st century who has divided that way. Now understand this thing. In the Mesolithic period, majority of people were hunting and gathering, but agriculture had started. It was not the main occupation, but people were doing it. It happens now even in today's society. Like in 1990s or early 2000, people working in IT was not the main profession. Okay, in 2020, every other guy is working in IT. Okay, so it became the main profession. Yeah. So similarly, like in 19th century India, the main profession was agriculture. Okay, but in some silos, if you'll go to Mumbai, people were more still working in mill. So they were industries. So it deviates from region to region, and it also deviates from time to time. Got it? So first sign of domestication appears during this period. That's correct. Majority of domestication, proof of domestication in the excavation have come from Neolithic, but the first sign was in Mesolithic, somewhere around 9000 BCE to 8000 BCE. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Which of these statement is wrong about the Neolithic age? Anyone? Yeah. Everyone? Okay. So always remember this thing. This is a very basic human nature that we paint. We scrabble, we make memes, we make trolls. We are doing this on internet. We were doing this 20,000 years back. We were doing this 1 lakh year back. Okay. Everyone has seen petroglyphs. All the paintings in Bhimbetika and all that. Okay. Those are called as petroglyphs. So those were present past like 1 lakh year, 1,50,000 year also back, you can find them. So Painting can be seen for the first time in Neolithic age. This statement is wrong. Rest of them are actually correct. Fine. In case if anyone has doubt in any other point, please ask. Okay. This one is marked, I think so, wrong in your answer key. So in case you have answer key, yeah. Yeah. Which of the statement? Yeah. Mud brick houses were replaced by grass huts. Yep. But that's how it is. Mud bricks houses were replaced. Okay, fine. उसमें confusion है? Which of these statements is wrong? Neolithic? Fine. Look, grass huts. No. People started moving, and the agriculture and all that started. So because of that thing, when people started living together, so it became. The thing is that it's not mentioned in जो NCERT and all, but other जो Neolithic was the period when agriculture started for the first time. Okay, so people started settling down for the very first time in Neolithic only. So Neolithic, you can't say that they were pastoral, okay, as such on a very big level. Neolithic is the point from where agriculture starts. Okay, and when agriculture becomes your occupation, you have to live next to your land, and you will live next to your land, so you will start living in a village because सब लोग साथ में रहेंगे, there will be security and all, and that's how village evolved, right? And that thing you will find it in Upendra Singh, Bhasam, all those books. Brick wale the things are written in. There is a book Upendra Singh and B.L. Bhasan also, so those books are there. So. Consider the following. This one is actually, I think so. Answer key has आपके पास? It's actually marked wrong in answer key. I've seen this now. Buddha Rakshas was written by Vishaka Datta in Sanskrit. That's true. It was composed during the Mauryan period. No, it is based on the Mauryan period. Okay, it is based on the Mauryan period. It describes overthrowing of Nandas by Chandragupta Maurya. That is true. Okay, so option A is correct. Key में शायद गलत है. Okay, sorry. Yeah, key there's a mistake in the key. Make is 68A. Okay, if someone doesn't know this, in the Nanda dynasty, there was a minister whose name was Rakshas. Back then, Rakshas doesn't mean demon. It was a negative character, but it doesn't always mean demon. So the characters in that play, Mudra Rakshas, there is a character. His name is Rakshas. He is a minister. He switched sides, and then the whole story starts. And he had a coin or a stamp. Mohar. Okay, so he had a stamp, and that was called as Mudra, and that's where the name came from, Mudra Rakshas. Okay, the book was written by Vishaka Datta somewhere between 4th and 8th century AD. Okay, because Vishaka Datta was living in the Gupta period. Okay, and the last point, if anyone doesn't know, almost everyone knows this, that Chanakya was the one who supported Chandragupta and made him the king. So that whole story comes from this only. Okay, this Mudra Rakshas narrates that whole story. Which statement is right about the Gandhara art? Fine. Anyone, any confusion इसमें? During the freedom struggle of India, which of the following newspapers advocated revolutionary acts of individual heroism? It's intentionally kept it like this. Agar those newspapers are kept, jo usually you will not get. We will not keep Gadar newspaper because we know कि वो standardly it's available in all the books, so you will go through it. So you have to work a bit here. Anyone? क्या answer? What's the answer this question? D, B, all three. Okay, fine. I need to tell a bit here. Kal is something which was started in Deccan. Okay, in 1898. Everyone knows about that famous incident of Plague Commissioner, 1897, killing of the Commissioner Rand killing of Commissioner Rand in 1897 plague. So must be knowing that after that, Tilak got arrested for his radical writing. After that, this was the newspaper, okay. Paranjape, he was the editor of the this newspaper. He started it, and the whole intention was to talk about radical individual action, okay. Yugantar, again, it was also a part of Anusilan grouping, 1902 onwards. But Yugantar newspaper, as in form of a journal, weekly newspaper, it was started by Birendra Kumar Ghosh, the younger brother of Aurobindo Ghosh. Both the brothers were then got accused for case 1908, which who will name it? Alipur conspiracy case 1908. Fine. And after that, Biren Ghosh got sent to Mandalay jail, and Aurobindo Ghosh shifted to Pondicherry and left politics. Okay. So this is Biren Kumar Ghosh, and Sandhya was started by Bhabani Chand Bandopadhyay. Okay, he was a lawyer who specifically started in after 1905 Swadeshi and boycott movement. Okay, he started it with the intention of informing people that what steps they should take to propagate the idea of Swadeshi and boycott movement. Okay, so that Sandhya newspaper is important with that purpose. Sorry? Shivpal Paranjape, some Paranjape, I don't remember the exact name, Shivpal Paranjape or something. Just check it once. Okay, it's Paranjape. Yeah, Paranjape. Okay. Which of the following were the events which occurred during the course of Swadeshi movement? 71. Anyone? Answer? Okay, so the correct answer is corps of volunteers were organized. That is correct. Swadeshi movement, it was a part of this. Swadeshi Bandhap Samiti was not started by Aurobindo Ghosh. It was okay. Aurobindo Ghosh was a totally different person. He was not oriented towards forming organization on this level. Okay, he was more till the time Aurobindo Ghosh was active. Understand this like this. Till the time he was active, he was pursuing the cause of radicalism. He was talking about, if needed, kill the Britishers. So he was not oriented towards forming Swadesh Bandhap Samiti or something like this. Okay, this was the work of Ashwani Kumar Datta. Okay, it's written in answer key, Ashwani Kumar Datta. If it's not, please write it up. Don't remember. Rabindranath Tagore started school at Shantiniketan. No, Rabindranath Tagore didn't start at Shantiniketan as such. Rabindranath, the school was already there. It was started by his father in 1883. Rabindranath Tagore was the one who took it forward and made it famous. So the school was already there in 1883 onwards. Although after the Swadeshi and boycott movement started, Rabindranath Tagore propagated this idea that Indian schools on Indian ideas should evolve just like Shantiniketan works. But Shantiniketan was already there. Fine. Which of the following statements are correct with reference to the Indian Council Act of 1909? Anyone? Anyone? One only. Okay, so B option. So the act increased the number of elected members in the Imperial Legislative Council. That's correct or not? Wrong. First one is wrong. Okay, yeah. Okay, I'm just talking about statement right now, not the options. Okay. So the first statement, the act increased. Obviously, the Indian Council Act increased the number. Indian Council Act 1892 increased the number from 10 to 16. Okay. 1909 increased. Now listen to this. 1909 increased the number of the Central Legislative Council to 69. Okay. Now, out of these 69, 69 were ex officio member who came from the office of Governor General or Viceroy, and rest of the 60 were the elected. So the body got expanded for the first time. Okay. That is true. Now, on the state level, on the provincial level also in 1909, you need to understand there are two type of provinces were there. There were four important provinces for the Britishers: Bengal Presidency, Madras Presidency, Bombay Presidency, and Northwestern provinces, not Northwest Frontier province, Northwestern provinces, whose capital was, anyone? Allahabad. Okay, listen to this. Everyone knows Uttar Pradesh. Okay, Uttar Pradesh has an acronym UP. That comes because prior to 1950, the name was United Provinces, not province, United Provinces. And it was formed because Agra was merged with different states. Agra, Awadh, these were merged together. Then Banaras was brought in. Then Rohilkhand was brought in. And all these provinces was brought together and they started calling it United Provinces. Okay, now we have to go even before this. When Calcutta was the center for Britishers. So now if you are sitting in Calcutta, what is northwest for you? Allahabad is northwest for you. Okay, if you are sitting in Calcutta, Allahabad is northwest for you. And that's why Allahabad became an important colonial town. Okay. Important colonial town. Fine. And that's how you have a high court in Allahabad. Okay, you have Allahabad as an important British city. Now, that's why Northwestern province was one of the important provinces. Now, after these four provinces, there were other provinces like Punjab, like Assam. Okay, so these provinces were given as per Indian Council Act 1909. These provinces, the bigger provinces, were given a limitation of 50 seats. Okay, they can have up to 50 seats, and so Bengal ended up having the maximum number of seats of 52. I'm talking about provincial legislation, not the central legislation. On the other side, the smaller states like Sindh, like Punjab, like Assam, they were given that they can have maximum of 30 seats in their provincial legislation. Okay, so just keep this thing in mind. The act increased the number of elected members in the Imperial Legislative Council, that's correct. Official majority was retained in the provincial legislative. Okay. All the members to the provincial council were to be elected directly. This is wrong. All the members of the provincial legislatures were to be elected directly. These things will come in 1937 as per the Government of India Act 1935. Okay. Fine. Koi confusion isme? Anyone? Consider the following statement with reference to the Cabinet Mission Plan 1946. Which, anyone? 2 and 3. Okay. Cabinet Mission Plan, yeah, specifically Cabinet Mission Plan never proposed partition of India. Okay, it talks about sectioning. Okay, A, B, C. Yeah, those who don't remember, please go through the whole idea of Cabinet Mission Plan, sectioning. Section A, Section B and Section C was such divided that they became kind of a Muslim majority states. Okay, and A was rest of the India, Section A. So it made provisions for 3 groups of provinces, correct? The 3-member mission which visited India in 1946 was headed by Lord Patrick Lawrence, yep, Secretary of State. Okay, Secretary of State for India, Lord Patrick Lawrence. Which of the following statement is correct with reference to Lahore session 1929 of Indian National Congress? Okay, anyone? 2 only? Okay. Indian National Congress drew and finalized the detailed plan for struggle under the civil disobedience movement. Indian National Congress never drew the plan. Okay. The responsibility was left in the hands of Gandhiji. Okay. It was left on Gandhiji that he will decide what needs to be done. And then he came up with the idea of salt march and civil disobedience. That was his doing. Okay. And the idea of civil disobedience was already there from 1922 onwards. Okay, if you'll read, for those who don't know this, if you'll read, you'll find that if in case Chauri Chaura didn't had happened in 1922, they were planning to start civil disobedience movement in 1922 itself. Okay, but just in one district, Heda. Okay, so that thing keep in mind. It passed a resolution declaring Poon Swaraj to be the Congress objective. That is true. Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel was made the president of Congress. No. When Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel was made the Congress president? Nearby 31. Okay. the Karachi Resolution. Karachi Resolution is otherwise also very important. So make sure that you won't be expected to remember all the points you don't have to, but the very idea, because the Karachi, look, remember this Karachi session is also important in that perspective, that it has the socialistic touch, and it came immediately after the Great Depression. Okay, the Great Depression 1929 to 1932. Okay, and after the global Great Depression, Karachi session was passed in India. So Karachi session has lot of economic points which were absent prior to it. Okay, keep this thing in mind. And anyone else, anyone wants to know that it passed a resolution declaring Purna Swaraj to be the Congress objective, and anyone knows that why they hosted the flag and all? Anyone? Why they hosted the flag? They hosted the flag on January 26, 1930, and they declared that India is independent. And they kind of celebrated Independence Day from 1930 to 1947 on 26 January. So why they did so? Anyone? Sorry? Ilbert Bill? No, Ilbert Bill is totally different. It's in 18. Yeah, that came in. Sorry? Yeah. Yeah, Ravi River, but why he did so? I'm not asking where he did. There should be some intention now before, like, you know, you are not independent. You know colonial power is there. You know your collector is British. Why the hell you are declaring yourself? Complete independence चाहिए, ठीक है. But complete independence चाहिए, that was the objective. But they hoisted the flag and declared themselves independent. They celebrated Independence Day. Congress celebrated Independence Day between 1930 and 1947 on every 26 January. And that is the reason that they then made 26 January as the Republic Day. But they hosted the flag every year till 1947. What was the reason? Anyone? Okay, listen this. Anyone has heard of American independence, American Revolution, 1776? Okay. So anyone knows when America really got independence? July 4th, 1776 is something when George Washington with his friends declared that they are independent. They got independence through Treaty of Paris in 1783. Okay, there was a Treaty of Paris in 1783 through which George III gave independence to United States of America, the 13 colonies. Now, they declared themselves independent on 4th of July 1776, and then they started fighting the British forces, loyalist forces in America. Now this is something very aspirational, and this is something which Indian leadership then followed on. They also thought, okay fine, Americans did that in 1776, we will also do that. And that's the reason in 1929 they were like, okay fine, what they did in 1776 we will do now. Okay, and that's why this whole declaring independence thing came in. Fine. Everyone clear? Which of the following statement is correct with reference to the Pune Pact 1932? The pact guaranteed reserve seats for untouchables. The Gandhi began a fast unto death in Yerwada jail to oppose the Pune Pact. Anyone? Sorry? Answer is definitely wrong. The first one, anyone? Okay, yeah. So, though one or two things, these are not mentioned in your solution set also, so just listen to this. Gandhi began his fast because of the McDonald Award. McDonald Awards are, actually the name was McDonald Awards, and that came in because after the second roundtable conference, the British Prime Minister declared that if the Indian leadership is not able to come to an agreement, a consensus that how the representation should be done for depressed classes, we will do something from our side. Okay, and for this purpose he formed a committee. Note down the name of the committee, it's not written. It's Lothian, Lothian, Lothian. Okay, Lothian committee. Okay, Lothian committee. He established a committee in 1932 called as Lothian committee, and on the recommendation of Lothian committee, then he gave reservation or separate electorates to oppressed classes. Now, when this was declared, then Gandhi went on a hunger strike, which went for 21 days. Okay, which went on for 21 days, and finally there was an agreement between the caste Hindus and oppressed classes. Now, here again one more thing. Pune Pact was signed by Ambedkar and no, not Gandhi. Madan Mohan Malviya. Yeah, keep in mind, in that agreement, caste Hindu means those Hindus who accept the very differentiation of Chaturvarna Parampara. Okay, so caste Hindus were represented by Madan Mohan Malviya and oppressed classes were represented by B.R. Ambedkar. Gandhi was not a signatory party to Pune Pact. Okay, Gandhi was someone who led it, who kind of developed, evolved it, or pressurized Ambedkar in signing it. Okay. Consider the following statement with reference to the All India Kisan Sabha AIKS. Answers. What? 2 only. Anyone else? B. Correct. B. It was formed in 1936 under the presidency of N.G. Ranga. No, it was not formed under the presidency of N.G. Ranga. Anyone? Who was the leader, actual leader? Someone said that. Yep. So it was formed in 1936 and it was based in Bihar. It was started from Bihar. N.G. Ranga played an important role. He was the general secretary, not the president. Okay. And Jawaharlal Nehru, Ram Manohar Lohia, and all those people who were related with Congress Socialist Party, okay, they participated in this meeting. Okay. It started in 1936, that's correct. Consider the following statement with reference to the self-respect movement. Self-respect movement in Kerala was led by E.V. Ramaswamy Naikar. The movement progressed from advocating wedding without Brahmin priests to forcible temple entry. What is the answer? Both? Everyone clear? Any confusion, anyone? Okay. Here let me tell you one more thing. Most of the time when you read about Periyar, so mostly in 1940s, Periyar was always very much against Congress. But in 1920s, when Periyar started his politics, he was also a part of Congress. Okay, so in the initial days, when the Vaikom Satyagraha and all those was going on, Periyar was very much connected with Congress. So just keep that in mind, okay. At that time, he was against some of the faction of Justice Party. That is the grouping in South India, okay. Sorry? Kerala, what do you think? Look, no. The division is not like that, no. Back then, Madras province was totally different. Kerala was not there. Travancore was there. Okay. So these people were usually active on the southernmost section, that whole Madurai region, na? Madurai plus Travancore region. So these were the same leadership you'll find there. Even in Vaikom Satyagraha, for example, Vaikom Satyagraha was totally in Travancore state. But you will also see Periyar there. So these people, when you are fighting for oppressed people, it doesn't really matter whether you're fighting in UP or Bihar or Tamil Nadu or Kerala. So these people are actively moving throughout. And don't predicament yourself with the very idea that Tamil Nadu, Madras president, the shape of Madras presidency was very different. It was totally different, okay. Consider the following statement with reference to the Aika movement. Aika movement was led by Ramchandra Raju. Anyone? Answer बताएं. The basic demands of the movement was to conversion of produce rent into cash. The movement acted as catalyst for the revolt. Answers? A options. A option. Baba Ramchand, his name is Ramchand Raju, but he was not, he was with in United Provinces only, but he was a member of Kisan Sabha and not Aika Movement. Aika Movement was in the hands, initially it was led by Congress members, but later on it went into the hand of another leader. His name was Madari Pasi. Okay, and Madari Pasi didn't had any faith in non-violent ways, so the Aika movement went on the side of violence, and that's where the Britishers got a reasoning for suppressing it. Fine. What you need to know about Aika movement is basically this whole area, Lucknow, Kanpur, Unnao, this region was the mostly affected by Aika movement. And why it is called as Aika movement? Because they used to go to the a local river bank, and they used to do all the rituals and everything with every member of every farmer, and they were made to take an oath that they will not go and submit their grains as tax. They will make sure that their grains will be sold off, they will get the cash, and with that cash they will pay the tax, because when you pay the tax in grains you always end up paying more. So that's where it all started. Okay, these movements are also important with respect to Jawaharlal Nehru, both Kisan Sabha movement, United Provinces Kisan Sabha movement, and Eka movement. Okay, Jawaharlal Nehru or whole the Gandhi clan have their political presence in Amethi, Rai Bareli, Pratapgarh area, and the reason behind that is this only. During 1920s, Jawaharlal Nehru went around these places, and he kind of became the farmer leader, okay, in Pratapgarh, Amethi, Rai Bareli, and that's where he found his foot in politics. Okay, so for that purpose also these movements are very important. Which of the following paintings belong to the Pahadi school of painting? This is easy, I don't think so. Like if specifications comes in, then it becomes a bit tricky that you have to remember, mug up all that thing. Kali Ghat painting, anyway, you can just disconnect it, because Kali Ghat, even in case you don't know the type of painting, you'll be knowing, okay, Kali Ghat is a famous temple in Calcutta. Okay, so you can just mark Kali Ghat out from there. And then Guler Kangra, Guler is a region just next to Jammu. Okay, there is a place called as Jasrota. There is a very famous temple in Jasrota, anyone knows that? Okay, fine. So Guler comes from there, and then you can easily decipher it. That's nothing to. Huh. Pahadiya tribe comes on. That's totally different. These are basically in the north, in the Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand region. Okay, Pahadiya tribesmen are in Rajmahal Hills. That's in Chota Nagpur prior to Rajmahal Hills in the Jharkhand and the West Bengal on the cusp of that. Yeah. The Charvaka school is considered part of heterodox system of Indian philosophy. Consider the following statement regarding Charvaka school. People, answer. 1 and 3. It is a philosophical movement in India that rejected the traditional religious order. That's correct. They are basically the people who, there's a famous saying like ghee piyo, or like, yep. Yeah. That's the whole idea. Udhar leke ghee piyo. That comes from these people only. Cool people. So it was a philosophical movement, basically a materialistic idea. Okay, then don't have to worry for second life or Puna Janam mein kya hoga, reincarnation, these things they don't follow. Okay, so that it was the first materialistic school. No, this is not the first, it is totally a materialistic school, but it was not the first. There were a lot many like this before that also. But it became important. I just noted it down outside, a name, it won't be written. Just note it down. Ajit Kesha Kambali. Okay, Ajit Kesha Kambli. He was one of a kind of a, you won't say a saint of this school, because there were no saints in this school, but he was one of a bigger proponent. Okay. Yeah, that's it. Done. Anything else? Any other queries? History regarding? Fine. Any doubt in the question? Done. Fine. Sure. So, sir will be coming. There will be like 20 more questions. Sir will be taking for Jwala sir will be taking current affairs. Might be coming in a minute or something. Just ask.
ओके, शुरू करें. हाँ, मुझे लगा भूत तो नहीं है. You have the question paper with you? Okay. So we'll begin with question number. तो स्लाइड्स कहाँ चले गए? हाँ. So this is the question. Consider the following statement about Pradhan Mantri Shram Yogi Mandhan Yojana. So these are some of the latest missions which you should be aware of. So do you know this? Okay, let us try. Pradhan Mantri Shram Yogi Mandhan Yojana is a mandatory pension scheme. Is it a mandatory scheme? Have you come across this scheme? Okay. It is a voluntary scheme. Okay, voluntary scheme. It is a scheme basically for whom? For the unorganized workers. So जो unorganized workers हैं, उनको उनके old age में to provide support, this scheme was started. So do you know how a pension scheme functions? How a pension scheme functions? चलो ये क्वेश्चन करते हैं, then we'll see why do we need to have a pension scheme? Why do we need to have pension scheme for unorganized worker? Do you know if you will become a civil servant, you will also become a part of a pension system? That pension system is known as what? New pension system. उसमें contribution कैसे होता है? You know how it happens? Okay, those who are working, they would be knowing. But ये वाला scheme जो है, it is for those who are not paying income tax, those who are in unorganized sectors. Okay, उनके एज ओल्ड में सपोर्ट के लिए ये पेंशन स्कीम है. ओके, लेट अस सी द क्वेश्चन एंड देन वील सी सम डिटेल्स ऑफ इट. मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ लेबर एंड एम्प्लॉयमेंट का है. हाँ, दिस इज ट्रू. इम्प्लीमेंटेड थ्रू लाइफ इंश्योरेंस कॉर्पोरेशन ऑफ इंडिया एंड कम्युनिटी सर्विस सेंटर्स. ठीक है, दिस स्टेटमेंट इज ट्रू. विल ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड कि ऐसा डिजाइन क्यों है. इट एम्स टू प्रोवाइड सिक्योरिटी एंड प्रोटेक्शन टू unorganized workers within the monthly income of 15,000 per month or less, while a should have 18 to 40. ये see in UPSC prelims, whenever you see numbers, so you should be very careful whether it is correct or not. Okay, so generally there is a tendency that it may not be correct, but it is not that UPSC has gone beyond that scheme. Okay, so it is now generally putting right numbers, so be aware. You cannot just negate that numbers लिखा है तो गलती होगा, ऐसा कर नहीं सकते. This generation doesn't work nowadays. Each subscriber shall receive a minimum assured pension of rupees 3,000 per month. ठीक है, ये pension schemes I want to discuss a little. दूसरा पे खुल जाता है विंडो. ओके, चलो इससे कर लेते हैं. पेंशन स्कीम, दिस इज जस्ट टू गिव यू अ कंसेप्चुअल अंडरस्टैंडिंग कि पेंशन स्कीम्स की जरूरत क्यों होती है. So whenever you are working, so these schemes have come, you know, after what? After a lot of fight and effort by many of the movements, like labor movements. Pension का purpose क्या है कि जब आप when you are working, you will work till a fixed age only, till 60 only. But what will you do after 60? Where will the money come from after 60 for your survival? So these schemes are kind of welfare scheme for those people those who have devoted their lives in giving service to a particular industry or to a particular sector. So in any setup, wherever you take job, there is a provision of pension. तो pension क्या करता है? Basically it is a contribution. It means you will contribute something and that money will be saved in a fund. And government on behalf of you also will contribute equally. Generally ऐसा trend होता है. ठीक है, जो हम लोग pension PPF देखते हैं या EPF देखते हैं, उसमें वैसा होता है यू ऑल्सो कॉन्ट्रीब्यूट मंथली सम अमाउंट एंड गवर्नमेंट एडिशनली कॉन्ट्रीब्यूट्स. तो एक पूरा एक फंड बनता है. ओके, सो लाइक इफ देयर आर 100 पीपल इन एन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, उन सारे 100 लोगों का एक फंड बन जाएगा. ठीक है, दैट फंड somebody will operate. That fund somebody will operate and that they will put that money, let us say in stock markets or in bond markets. तो आपने देखा LIC है. LIC का रोल क्या है यहाँ पे? LIC इस पेंशन स्कीम में क्या कर रही है? LIC क्या कर रही है? वो जो पैसा जो कलेक्शन हो रहा है, government is collecting money from you and contributing on behalf of you, and a chunk is formed, a big fund is formed. That fund will be managed by whom? LIC. LIC उस फंड को मैनेज करेगा. LIC उस पैसे को स्टॉक मार्केट में लगा सकता है, बॉन्ड मार्केट में लगा सकता है, कॉर्पोरेट बॉन्ड्स खरीद सकता है. एंड हिज LIC पर्पस इज दैट फंड एस्केलेट्स, या बड़ा हो, कैपिटल एप्रिसिएशन हो. तो व्हेन यू रिटायर एट 60, you would be contributing till 60 and after 60 that fund, अभी तक आपने क्या किया? एग्रीगेशन किया है. एग्रीगेशन किया है, पैसा आपने और सरकार ने लगाया है, एग्रीगेशन किया है. उसके बाद पेंशन स्कीम क्या होता है? 60 के बाद डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन फेज में आता है. मतलब नाउ दैट फंड विल स्टार्ट पेइंग यू मनी एवरी मंथ. ओके, सो दैट इज द आइडिया हियर. तो ये पेंशन स्कीम्स जनरली जो जॉब्स में होते हैं उनके लिए तो होता है, लाइक कंपनी कॉन्ट्रीब्यूट्स you contribute, and sometimes government also contributes. But for unorganized workers like people you see on streets, street vendors, रेडी वाला या रिक्शा पुलर्स, those who are earning less. So government का आइडिया है कि जो 15,000 रुपए महीने से कम कमाते हैं उनको भी हम कोई एक पेंशन स्कीम दे पाए, ठीक है. तो उसके लिए क्या किया, एक स्कीम शुरू किया जिसको ये पीएम मानधन योजना बोलते हैं. इसमें क्या है कि इफ यू आर ऑफ 18 years or if you are of 40 years, you can be a part of this scheme. If you are 18 years, then your monthly contribution would be very less. It is like 55 rupees per month you contribute, and till 60 years of age you will contribute, and after 60 you will get some amount or minimum assured amount of 3,000 rupees. Okay, but if you are 40 years of age, you will have to contribute more, क्योंकि आपका जो collection phase है वो छोटा है, तो you will have to contribute more per month. तो आपको 200 रुपए पर मंथ देने होंगे 60 साल की उम्र तक, एंड देन आफ्टर दैट यू विल गेट pension from that fund. Is that okay? So this is how pension schemes work. So that is why this is exclusionary. It means it will exclude those people who are already paying income tax, or those who are already under previous pension schemes like NPS हो या State Employee Insurance Corporation हो या और जो schemes होते हैं, ठीक है, उन सब से exclude करते हैं इनको. ये जो कॉर्पस बन रहा है ना, ये कॉर्पस LIC उसको मैनेज करती है. यही कॉर्पस मान लो 100 करोड़ का कॉर्पस बना है सारे लोगों का मिला के, तो LIC वुड ट्राई टू मेक इट 100, 120, 130, 140. So it will use its skill and deploy that. वो capital markets में generally they invest, okay, and there they appreciate. In fact, so world over, all the pensions funds, they do that only. So the largest money makers in the world are the pension fund schemes. Okay, चाहे कनाडा का आप ले लो, कनाडा का it has one of the largest funds. So that pension fund they use to invest in stock markets. Okay, you know this? चलो next करते हैं. Yeah, you can go ahead, ask. Ask self. Yes, self-employed can be included, but your salary or whatever sources of income you have, that must be less than 15,000 rupees. And you should not be filing what? ITR. ITR is what? Income tax return. Income is not fixed, but you might still be filing ITR. ITR तो साल के एंड में फाइल होता है ना, पूरे साल का आपने जो भी इनकम है उसके बाद फाइल करते हो. इफ यू आर फाइलिंग एन इनकम टैक्स, इट मींस यू वांट टू सेव टैक्स. So generally your tax slab would be more than 2,50,000. Then only you will be filing income tax. यदि आपका salary 2.5 लाख से कम है annually, you won't be. There is no need to file. So if you are in that range, then yes, you can avail this scheme. Okay. So students कर सकते हैं. Mandatory और voluntary. Mandatory कोई scheme है जो when you are working in a government, so you would have to contribute 12% of your basic, and 12% would be contributed by company. That is known as employee provident fund. That is mandatory. That is mandatory. It means हर सरकारी employee को वो 12% कटाना ही पड़ेगा. It is not by their choice that they cannot cut. That is mandatory. This is voluntary. You can take or you cannot take. Okay. Now consider this one, Pradhan Mantri Matrutva Vandana Yojana. So can you attempt this one? You have attempted. What is the right answer for this? D. B1 and 3. Target beneficiaries are all pregnant women selected. D, 2 only. Third is wrong, and it is being executed by women and child है. मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हेल्थ की स्कीम नहीं है ये, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ वुमेन एंड चाइल्ड की है. सो 1 इज रॉन्ग, सो दैट एलिमिनेट्स बेसिकली ऑल द 3 रॉन्ग ऑप्शंस. इज दैट क्लियर? या नहीं, उस पर लिमिटेशन है शायद. इट इज फॉर फर्स्ट 2 डिलीवरीज ओनली, फर्स्ट 2 ओनली. ओके, इज दिस क्लियर? मतलब पहले इसका नाम इंदिरा गांधी मातृत्व सहयोग वैसा कुछ वैसा टिपिकल नेम था. ओके, नाउ इट इज दिस नेम. शुड आई मूव अहेड? Operation Ganga, this is a easy question, very much in news. So it is to bring the people, those who are stranded in Ukraine, Indian people in Ukraine, to bring back them to India. Okay, till now we have been able to bring like 900 students from there, but it is said that around 20,000 students are studying in Ukraine. So let us see how far it goes. Now, this is also an important question. Consider the following statement regarding CBDC. CBDC is a digital form of fiduciary currency. हाँ, अब ये देखते हैं. Fiduciary currency which can be transacted using wallets backed by blockchain and is regulated by the central government. Let us say you do not know fiduciary. बाकी का statement, is it correct? Which can be transacted using wallets backed by blockchain and is regulated by central bank. Wallet ठीक है, wallet वाली चीज नहीं है इसमें, but हाँ, this statement is correct that it will be regulated by a central bank. Okay. Coming to, I'll explain this. What is fiduciary? El Salvador launched the world's first central जो भी CBDC. Is it true? Bahamas is the first country. Okay. El Salvador was also in news. Why it was in news? It legalized cryptocurrencies. Bitcoin को उसने सबसे पहला legalize करा. Cuba and El Salvador are the two countries which have legalized cryptocurrency. This you should be knowing. Little factual things. CBDC does not require a third party or a bank in conducting both domestic and cross-border transaction. It does not require a third party or a bank in conducting both. CBDC का purpose क्या है? It is antithetical to cryptocurrencies. Cryptocurrency decentralized है. Cryptocurrency decentralized है. आपको किसी authority की जरूरत नहीं है. You don't need a permission or a sanction of any central authority. But CBDC का name में, what is the name? Central bank. So you would need an approval of a bank for any transaction. Is that okay? Let us come to this part. It is a form of fiduciary currency. Currency दो टाइप की होता है. एक fiat currency होता है, एक fiduciary currency होता है. What is a fiat currency? Fiat, it means it is pegged to something. It is backed by a central government. So government or central bank, or in case of India, RBI will back that currency. That currency is known as fiat currency. What is a fiduciary currency? Any currency which is based on trust. So like say checks, when you sign a check and you give it to somebody, so it is based on what? Trust. On trust between the two, that he is giving a check and that check will be valid for me. That is known as fiduciary currency. That is based on trust and not based on central bank's authority or sanction. Is that okay? So one more thing, that you should always make a block over such statements. Incorrect hai. Generally what happens that in the heat of the moment you will tend to forget this and you will mark a wrong answer. So despite having knowledge, the question maker has tricked you. Okay, but UPSC में generally whenever if they are writing not or incorrect, they would use a bold, not they would use bold or italics और कुछ highlight कर देते हैं जिससे आपका attention जाता है वहाँ पे. In these tests there is not there, but so you should be careful. Should I move ahead? Yeah. इसका आंसर क्या होगा? Incorrect कौन कौन से है? 1 और 2? हाँ, तो इनकरेक्ट पूछा है ना. हाँ, तो थर्ड सही है. It does not require a third party or a bank in conducting both domestic and cross border transaction. Okay, I think this is also incorrect. कुछ तो गड़बड़ी है इसमें. हाँ, क्रिप्टो में नहीं चाहिए होती. बट CBDC है ना. CBDC, let us say you want to invest somewhere, Indian CBDC है. It does not require third party or bank in conducting in both domestic and cross border. But cross border transaction में that is an issue I guess. Okay. देखते हैं कुछ तो है गड़बड़ियाँ इसमें. Both are different. How does cryptocurrency operate? Cryptocurrency is based on a decentralized phenomena. Okay, cryptocurrency आया कैसे? If you remember just that कि 2008 financial crisis हुई थी and that time this group, Satoshi Nakamoto or an individual or a group, they thought that or they blamed the central governments, the central banks, as responsible for this 2008 financial crisis. So their idea was that we should not be going for centralized currencies like dollar. We should be having a people currency, peer to peer currency, decentralized currency, ताकि हम उससे ट्रांजैक्शन करें, जो भी रिक्वायरमेंट्स हैं खरीदने की वो या बेचने की, दैट वुड बी सॉल्व्ड बाय दैट एंड नॉट बाय अ सेंट्रल बैंक. So that is the idea behind cryptocurrencies. So because that idea, उसके साथ बहुत सारे challenges है that you would be hearing कि money laundering और बाकी issues हैं. That is why central governments are also trying to replicate or use the technology that is used in cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency का technology क्या है? Blockchain technology use होता है. You know what is a blockchain? ठीक है, वो blockchain के base पे they are trying to develop. So blockchain has a many potential use. It can be used in elections also. You know, it can be used in elections, in health, in your health record. जो गवर्नमेंट अभी हेल्थ रिकॉर्ड लेके आ रही है डिजिटल, हाँ, तो वहां पे कैसे आप डिजिटल हेल्थ रिकॉर्ड कैसे मेंटेन करोगे? यूजिंग अ ब्लॉकचेन. तो योर डेटा वुड बी स्टोर्ड ऑन अ ब्लॉकचेन, योर हेल्थ डेटा वुड बी स्टोर्ड ऑन अ ब्लॉकचेन. हेल्थ आईडी वाला जो है वो भी ब्लॉकचेन के बेसिस पे बनाने का आइडिया है. ठीक है, मूविंग ऑन टू द नेक्स्ट वन. या CBDC is a digital form of fiduciary currency. It is an incorrect statement. It is a fiat currency. It is a fiat currency. ब्लॉकचेन, हाँ, ब्लॉकचेन के बेस पे ही बन रहा है. Now coming on to this one, agriculture orientation index. Have you come across this index? So agriculture orientation index का purpose क्या है? What is the philosophy of this? That they want to see how much a government, how much a country's government spends on agriculture with respect to how much is the contribution of agriculture in GDP. तो पहला स्टेटमेंट जो दिया है ना, द एग्रीकल्चर मेजर्स द रेशियो बिटवीन गवर्नमेंट स्पेंडिंग टुवर्ड्स द एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर एंड द सेक्टर्स कंट्रीब्यूशन टू जीडीपी. इट इज ट्राइंग टू से दैट कि गवर्नमेंट कितना स्पेंड कर रही है और वो एग्रीकल्चर उस कितना कंट्रीब्यूट कर पा रहा है. तो इन इंडिया एग्रीकल्चर, इंडियन गवर्नमेंट स्पेंड्स अराउंड 7.3% of the total expenditure on agriculture. It is said to be among the top 10 countries which spends most on agriculture. So India is one of the topmost countries which is spending on agriculture, but there are other countries which are spending more on agriculture compared to India. ठीक है, this is the idea कि वो देखना चाह रहे हैं कि आपका जो GDP में contribution जो है वो कितना ज्यादा है agriculture का. So let us say if that ratio is more than 1, what does it mean? हाँ, मतलब काइंड ऑफ एफिशिएंसी ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट एक्सपेंडिचर देख रहे हैं. मतलब इफ इट इज मोर देन 1, दैट इट मींस गवर्नमेंट इज स्पेंडिंग मोर बट द कंट्रीब्यूशन ऑफ जीडीपी इज ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर टू जीडीपी इज लेस. इफ इट इज लेस देन 1, इट मींस व्हाट? गवर्नमेंट जितना स्पेंड कर रही है एग्रीकल्चर उससे ज्यादा ग्रो कर रहा है. ठीक है, दैट इज द आइडिया ऑफ दिस एग्रीकल्चर ओरिएंटेशन इंडेक्स. ओके, करंट में इट इज फॉर इंडिया इट इज एक्चुअली लेस देन 1. ये रेशियो, अच्छा सॉरी 7.3 है, बट आई डू नॉट नो व्हाट इज द एग्जैक्ट रेशियो. यू कैलकुलेट इट. ठीक है, इट हैज बीन डेवलप्ड एज अ पार्ट ऑफ गोल 2 ऑफ द 2030 एजेंडा. एसडीजी का पार्ट है. यस, दिस इज द करेक्ट स्टेटमेंट. अंडर एसडीजी 2 ओनली, दैट इज इन ग्लोबल जीरो, जो जीरो हंगर वाले को ही मेजर करने के लिए एग्रीकल्चर इज एन इंपॉर्टेंट मेजर दैट विल हेल्प इन एलिवेटिंग पॉवर्टी और हंगर को रिड्यूस करने के लिए. तो ये उसी के प्रोग्राम के तहत इसको बनाया गया था. Is that okay? So what will be the answer? Incorrect है again. So incorrect है. So answer will be none of the above. Consider the following statement regarding drone rules 2021. Is this here also incorrect? All are correct, I guess. Do you know? All are correct. ड्रोन रूल्स जो आए हैं, ड्रोन रूल्स का फिलॉसफी आप समझ लो तो उससे भी हो जाता है कि फिलॉसफी इज व्हाट? मिनिमल रेगुलेशन, मिनिमल रेगुलेशन. एंड फॉर माइक्रो व्हाट आर माइक्रो दिस ड्रोन्स का कैटेगराइजेशन है 5 कैटेगरीज में. डू यू नो दैट? माइक्रो ड्रोन्स होते हैं फिर नैनो, फिर ऐसे और उसके बाद 2-3 और हैं, ठीक है। आपको माइक्रो और नैनो में डिफरेंस पता है? माइक्रो वेट वाइज, सो एनीथिंग विच इज लेस देन 250 ग्राम्स उसको माइक्रो बोलते हैं, और जो 250 ग्राम्स या 2 kg है वो उसको नैनो बोलते हैं। तो माइक्रो और नैनो के लिए रेगुलेशन जो है दैट इज मिनिमलिस्टिक। Micro you can also fly without needing license or permission. For nano R&D purposes के लिए जो organizations होते हैं they can fly. Okay, so for these two categories we have very minimal restrictions, and the idea is to what, to develop an ecosystem where we will have good ecosystem of drones कि private sector भी play करें, government sector भी आए, और there is research and innovation in drone sector. So policy is enabling policy, ठीक है। वो फिलॉसफी से इफ यू गो दैट नो सिक्योरिटी क्लियरेंस इज रिक्वायर्ड बिफोर एनी रजिस्ट्रेशन और लाइसेंस इशुएंस, ये भी दिस इज ऑल्सो अ करेक्ट स्टेटमेंट। सो यू ऑफन टेंड टू थिंक दैट जो स्ट्रॉन्ग स्टेटमेंट्स होते हैं, नो वाला जो स्टेटमेंट होता है, जनरली दे आर रॉन्ग, बट यू शुड टेक अ नोट कि हर में ये जनरलाइजेशन नहीं चलेगा। हाँ, यस, लार्ज ड्रोन्स, हाँ हाँ, yeah, no pilot license required for micro drones, nano drones for R&D organizations. हाँ हाँ, ये थोड़ा पेक्युलरिटी है, हाँ, ये जरूरी नहीं है ड्रोन रूल्स में, ठीक है। हाँ, ओवरऑल के लिए भी कोई वो आपको परमिशन की जरूरत नहीं है, ठीक है। सिक्योरिटी क्लियरेंस जो है ना, वो बियॉन्ड एक लिमिटेशन है, ठीक है। इफ यू रीड मोर क्लियरली देन यू विल गेट एन आइडिया कि ये इसमें जो है ना रेगुलेशंस थोड़ा सा डिफरेंटली डिजाइन किया गया है। तो इफ यू सी द रेगुलेशंस रूल, I'll give you a statement here. What is the question number? 86. It will have a trust self-certification, non-intrusive monitoring, and it will have a digital sky platform as a business-friendly single-window online system. A pilot license would be needed for micro drones for non-commercial. यहाँ पे no है basically, nano drones and for R&D organizations. ठीक है। सेकेंड वाला स्टेटमेंट अब यू नीड टू रीड मोर, मुझे थोड़ा सा क्लैरिटी यहाँ पे कम है, ठीक है। वील सी क्या लिखा है। हाँ हाँ हाँ, वो जो एयरपोर्ट वाले, व्हाट इज द रेंज, पहले जो रेंज था ना कि 45 किलोमीटर के एयरपोर्ट तक में यू कैन नॉट फ्लाई, नाउ दैट रेंज हैज बीन रिड्यूस्ड टू 12 किलोमीटर। सो 12 किलोमीटर के रेंज में यू कैन नॉट फ्लाई ओनली, बट बियॉन्ड दैट यू वोंट नीड लाइसेंस और परमिशन। इज दैट ओके? Moving on to this one, consider the following statements regarding Comprehensive Economic Cooperation Agreement, CEPA. Actually, यहाँ पे ये CEPA होना चाहिए था. I guess there is a typo error here. So there should have been CEPA here. Okay, CEPA covers the trade in services and investment and other areas of economic partnership. India has signed CEPA with South Korea, Japan, and Australia. Okay, if you know that one part only, that India has CEPA only with South Korea and Japan, so you could have landed on the right answer. Australia के साथ चल रही है बात, but अभी CEPA हुआ नहीं. Only with South Korea and Japan. We have CEPA only with South Korea and Japan. Do you understand what is the difference between CEPA and CICA? जब ये फ्री ट्रेड अग्रीमेंट्स होते हैं, सीका इज द फर्स्ट स्टेज, सीका फर्स्ट स्टेज होता है, उसके बाद सीपा होता है। सीका के फर्स्ट स्टेज में वी जनरली टॉक अबाउट ओनली गुड्स, गुड्स के लिए हम टैरिफ को रिड्यूस करते हैं। हाँ हाँ, वैसे याद रखने के लिए आप वैसे कर सकते हो, बट सीका में ओनली फॉर गुड्स द टैरिफ देयर इज अ रिडक्शन इन टैरिफ, बट सीपा के केस में वहां पे सर्विसेज भी आ जाते हैं, सर्विसेज भी आ जाते हैं, इन्वेस्टमेंट भी आ जाता है, इन सबको फ्री फ्लो का आइडिया होता है। आईपीआर वाला भी सीपा में इंक्लूड होगा, ठीक है। सीपा के बाद देन यू विल फॉर्म अ यूनियन, ठीक है। तो सीका इज द फर्स्ट स्टेज, देन यू हैव सीपा एंड देन यूनियन, okay. So what it is saying that CIPA covers negotiation on trade tariff and tariff rate quota rates only. हाँ, only की वजह से, ठीक है। Are you getting this? What is the answer then? Abraham Accord, ये this is quite in news, you would have read about it. Abraham Accord, what would be the answer in this case? Agreement provide established. First statement is wrong. Why? Why it is wrong? ये भी तो ट्रबल एरिया। It is between Israel, UAE and Bahrain, and it is mediated by USA. What is the philosophy? What is the idea of Abraham Accord? Normalize relationship between Israel and the Arab world. Okay, so this Abraham Accord will normalize relation. ऐसा नहीं है कि this is the only first accord that has been signed between Israel and other Arab countries. So previous accords were also there. जो Jordan और Egypt के साथ जो mentioned है, this is a correct statement that previously also there has been accord to normalize relation between Israel and the Arab countries. ठीक है। So you know there are three poles in Middle East. Three poles in Middle East बोलते हैं ना, Israel, Iran and Saudi, ठीक है। तो वो poles में हमेशा antagonization है। तो आपको जब when you would have seen Iran, so they have come together to oppose basically Iran. Abraham Accord का purpose ये है, they have come together to oppose Iran. Okay, तो ईरान देख के ही आपको स्ट्राइक करना चाहिए था. This cannot be the right statement. Second part is this is the correct statement. 1979 Jordan. So sometimes you will think that year शायद गलत हो, but generally year मैंने देखा है years गलत नहीं डालते हैं वो, ठीक है. Next agreement provides for establishment of embassies, exchange of ambassadors. तो agreement से होगा यही, और क्या करेंगे, इससे ज्यादा तो करेंगे नहीं. Embassies और ambassadors ही exchange करेंगे. Consider the following statement regarding Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Nepal. This is the easy question. World Bank नहीं है, ADB है. 89 मिस हो गया. अच्छा, Montreaux Convention. You have heard about this? This convention has come again in picture because of Ukraine and Russia war. ये convention basically है क्या कि it is an old convention of 1936. So this gives power to Turkey to block what? Black Sea. Black Sea में जो movement है that Turkey can control in case of there is a major war. So Turkey has the controlling power. तो आपने देखा होगा ब्लैक सी है, उसके बीच में सी ऑफ मरमरा है, देन सी ऑफ एजियन है. ओके, सो इट कैन कंट्रोल द स्ट्रेट्स, जो डार्डेनल स्ट्रेट है और बॉस्फोरस स्ट्रेट है. it can control in case there is a war. So what in case of this Russia and Ukraine crisis, what Turkey is thinking of is that to block this so that the Russian movement in Black Sea stops. The diagram. So is this visible? So you have Black Sea here, and then you have Sea of Marmara, and then you have Aegean Sea. So you have this strait, Dardanelles Strait, and then you have this Bosphorus Strait. ठीक है. This strait here, and you have this strait here, and this is what? This is Aegean Sea is part of what? Mediterranean. मतलब आपको Black Sea से if you have to move to Mediterranean, you will have to pass through these straits. and these straits are basically, in case of crisis time, Turkey can control or regulate. This is all about Montreux Accord, Montreux ये convention जो है. Now can you attempt? Under the Montreux Convention, Turkey has control over both the Bosphorus and Dardanelles Strait. Yes, true. It regulates maritime traffic through the Black Sea and the Mediterranean Sea. This becomes incorrect because it just regulates basically through the Black Sea only. Black Sea में आने जाने के लिए, Mediterranean Sea में आने जाने के लिए है, but it doesn't regulate the Mediterranean Sea. Its purpose is to regulate the traffic movement in Black Sea. For that, it will control the Bosphorus Strait and the Dardanelles Strait. Is that okay? The Bosphorus and the Dardanelles Strait connect the Aegean Sea and the Black Sea via the Sea of Marmara. Is this correct? ठीक है, Sea of Marmara via वो connect करता है उसको. So answer would be okay. C. Consider the Motor Vehicle Act, BBIN. World Bank, you could have thought of this. World Bank इतने ये सब रीजनल ग्रुपिंग है, ऐसा भी नहीं कि सार्क है. सार्क के अंदर की एक ग्रुपिंग है BBIN, बांग्लादेश, भूटान, इंडिया, नेपाल. उस ग्रुपिंग में why would generally World Bank be involved? So actually it is Asian Development Bank that will finance this, or it will help in planning. So the answer is the customs and tariffs will be decided by the respective countries and would be finalized in bilateral or trilateral forum. This is obvious and a correct statement. Okay, so answer would be 2 only. Climate vulnerability index. So have you come across this index? So this is an index which has been prepared by CEW. It is a not-for-profit organization. So what it has done, basically for the first time in India, that it has gone for district level mapping of the disaster hazardness. District level पे क्या disaster हो सकते हैं, उसको map करा है इन्होंने climate के लिए, climate vulnerability. It is assessing district wise. So it has mapped 640 districts across India and looked at its vulnerability to climate change or any extreme weather events. Okay, and it has found that West Bengal and Kerala, despite being coastal cities, they have developed good resilience against climate change. Okay, तो इन्होंने क्या किया, वो statement जो था वो basically उसको overturn कर दिया. So Kerala and West Bengal have performed worse. No, this is a wrong statement. Does this help? And according to CVI, Assam, Andhra Pradesh, Maharashtra are most vulnerable. Yes, this is true. In fact, it says that 80% of the Indian population is vulnerable to climate change or extreme weather events. ठीक है, तो ये आपको 2-3 चीजें याद रखनी है. That it is not a government report. It is a Center for Energy and Environment and Water. This is the organization which has brought this report, and it has done district level wise study of how the disaster hazardness is, and it has come out with some findings. Okay. Coming to PM Gati Shakti, easy question. PM Gati Shakti, you just imagine that it is an umbrella scheme to bring all the infrastructure related issues or projects under one umbrella. So the idea is to break the silos between the various government organizations. अलग अलग मिनिस्ट्री अलग अलग चीजें देखती हैं, उसका आइडिया ये है कि सबको एक साथ लेके चलना है. ठीक है, इसके लिए इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के लिए. एंड यू शुड टेक अ नोट कि मल्टी मोडल प्रोजेक्ट्स को एनकरेज करता है. व्हाट डू यू मीन बाय मल्टी मोडल? इट मीन्स रोड्स हो, पोर्ट्स हो, ठीक है, इवन पाइपलाइंस, द गैस पाइपलाइंस, it will help in developing that. And you should also take a note here कि villages में 4G connectivity provide कराना भी one of the purpose है. National PM ये जो गति शक्ति का है, you would think सिर्फ road और railways और ports और pipeline के लिए होगा, but डिजिटल कनेक्टिविटी भी एक मेजर थ्रस्ट एरिया है इसका, पीएम गति का. इज दैट ओके? तो पीएम गति शक्ति स्कीम, गति शक्ति स्कीम सबस्यूम, हाँ, एनआईपी को सबस्यूम करता है. दैट इज द फिलॉसफी. द गति शक्ति स्कीम विल इनकॉर्पोरेट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर स्कीम्स ऑफ वेरियस मिनिस्ट्रीज. इट इज ट्राइंग टू ब्रेक द साइलोज. अम्ब्रेला स्कीम है. इज दैट ओके? सो व्हाट वुड बी द आंसर? इनकरेक्ट. सो ये चीज ध्यान रखना है. ओके, so what is the answer for this then? D. Recently NASA's next moon mission to Artemis program. This was quite a news. Artemis program. So do you know what is the Artemis program? This is a NASA's mission to moon, and it will be sending what? It is a manned mission. It will be a manned mission, but initially क्या होगा, अलग अलग phases होंगे. पहले में उस manned mission नहीं भेज देंगे. They will send first a non-crew mission, then a crewed mission. Okay, so do you know it is not the first mission which is a manned mission of NASA? What was the first mission of NASA? Apollo 11, 1969 was the first mission of NASA, and Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin they landed on a moon. उसके पहले who was the first person in space? Yuri Gagarin. So you must remember that was the phase, it was a phase of Cold War, but उसमें भी एक specific phase था that was known as space war. So Yuri Gagarin रशिया ने भेज दिया, तो रशिया JF Kennedy said that we should be sending man to moon. तो 10 साल के अंदर US ने 1969 में man भेज दिया moon पे. Okay, that was the period of space war. So now again we are seeing that manned missions is gaining prominence. India के क्या mission है moon को लेकर? चंद्रयान 1 कब भेजा है? 2008 में. What was this mission? So do you know that missions are generally of 4 types? पहला mission होता है उसको बोलते हैं fly by type of mission. Fly by. It means you will just fly by a planet or a celestial body, and you will not enter the orbit of that body. This type of missions are known as flyby. Then you have missions which are known as orbiter missions, then lander, and then you have manned missions. Okay, so what was India's first mission? Chandrayaan 1. It was basically an orbiter. So Chandrayaan 2 जो था वो कब भेजा है? 2019, and it was a lander. But what happened to the lander? Vikram lander failed. There was a crisis, and it lost communication, and it did not soft land. In fact, it crash landed and it failed. So we are sending Chandrayaan 3. Chandrayaan 3 will be a repeat mission of Chandrayaan 2, and there will attempt again soft landing. So soft landing करने के लिए we have such propulsion system where we can do soft landing. Soft landing क्या है? मतलब basically you avoid accidents. You land safely on surface. So with the Artemis program, NASA will land the first woman and the first person of color by the moon by 2024. This is a correct statement. 2024 का प्रोग्राम है. So moon के related और भी future programs हैं, जैसे कि कैपस्टोन, पेरिग्रीन, साउथ कोरिया's करी, okay, Japan Somotenasi. These are future plans. It is not just that NASA is sending missions. Other countries are also planning. China का कौन सा मिशन था? Zhurong is the rover. ठीक है. So Changi. Okay, good. So this is the correct statement. NASA will establish an Artemis base camp on the surface and gateway in lunar orbit. मतलब क्या, एक जो मून के सरफेस पे एक बेस बनाएंगे और एक ऑर्बिट में भी उनका एक काइंड ऑफ गेटवे रहेगा. वहां से दे कुड सेंड मिशंस टू नासा, मार्स और एनी अदर प्लैनेट इफ दे विश. सो दोनों जगह बेस है, ऑर्बिट में भी बेस बनाएंगे और सरफेस पे भी बेस बनाएंगे. सो दिस इज अ करेक्ट स्टेटमेंट. आर्टेमिस प्रोग्राम. ओके, सो मूविंग ऑन टू द नेक्स्ट वन. IPCC, what is the incorrect statement in this one? Second, have you read? See, this is a trick also, to give you a long statement and embed a wrong part or a wrong keyword at the end so that you get frustrated while you are reaching here. It says that it will decrease. Temperature बढ़ेगा तो tropical diseases बढ़ेंगे या घटेंगे? Isn't it obvious? So it is said that the tropical disease would move northwards. तो अभी ट्रॉपिकल डिजीजेस बस इक्वेटर के आसपास होते हैं, क्लाइमेट चेंज होगा तो टेम्परेचर इंक्रीज होगा, तो जो ट्रॉपिकल डिजीजेज हैं दैट वुड मूव नॉर्थवर्ड्स बिकॉज ऑफ क्लाइमेट चेंज. इज दैट ओके? फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट इज करेक्ट. आईपीसीसी का ही वो बॉडी है जो रिकमेंड करता है फॉर पॉलिसी मेकिंग. इज दैट ओके? Again, this one, ASAR is a biennial report facilitated by NGO Pratham. Is this a correct statement? Yes, biennial hai. Pratham is an NGO deeply involved in education. Second statement, as per ASAR report, there has been a clear shift from government to private schools. COVID के टाइम में क्या हुआ है? COVID के टाइम में it has reversed. If the enrollment rate in 2018 was 34% in private sector, now it has come down to 24%. Okay, तो आपने देखा भी होगा, you would have come across news also that enrollment in public schools have increased. Why? People lost money, people did not have purchasing power or disposable income, तो private schools में भेजेंगे कैसे? So this was a incorrect statement. This is based on household based telephonic survey conducted. COVID के टाइम में household based ही होगा और टेलीफोन से ही कर पाएंगे, कैसे हो पाएगा? और फील्ड तो अलाउड ही नहीं था. Is that okay? So first and second statement are correct. So what will be the answer then? Yeah, second wrong है, first और third correct है. So D 3 only. Which of the following organisms so aposematism? You have come across this? Aposematism क्या है? Some of the organisms, it is a defense mechanism so that predators are not able to eat them. So they show vibrant colors so as to tell the predator that do not eat me, or it will be venomous, or it will be stingy, or it will harm you. Okay, so it is a defense mechanism of many of the organisms. So these dart frogs, they have poisonous glands. Okay, and they display that, and that is what is aposematism. मतलब matism means sign, and this is to show ऐसे होता है, Greek word. So the purpose is that they would threaten the predator, or they would show to the predator that I'm unlikely to be eaten, do not eat me. Okay, that is a defense mechanism. So they show vibrant colors. So these first three, they do that, but cockroach is not able to do this. So hornet moth, they also have a bitter taste. That is why predators do not eat them. And dead leaf butterfly, they also form a camouflage using some colors. Okay, is that okay? So these first three statements are correct. So answer would be A in this case. Consider the following statement related to drug pricing in India. What would be the answer for this? Correct. D or C? C, both 1 and 2. Do you understand what is the NLEM? National List of Essential Medicine. See, what is the philosophy behind this? This is a philosophy which was developed by WHO. WHO in 70s and 80s, they come up with this idea that in developing countries especially, you would need a list according to the disease burden of that country that government should be regulating. ऐसा नहीं हो कि प्राइवेट सेक्टर उन सारे जो एसेंशियल ड्रग्स हैं जो पॉपुलेशन को रिक्वायर्ड है उनका प्राइसेस दे हाइक इट टू मच. So WHO came up with this idea of essential list. So government of India has also come up with a list that is known as National Essential List of Essential Medicine, and you should take a note कि इसमें 851 medicines हैं and there are 4 medical devices also. All medicines under this, under NLEM, इस लिस्ट के अंदर जितने भी मेडिसिन या मेडिकल प्रोडक्ट्स हैं, इट कम्स अंडर प्राइस रेगुलेशन. ये जो एसेंशियल मेडिसिन हैं 851 मेडिसिन हैं, इसमें कुछ डिवाइसेस भी हैं सच एज स्टेंट एंड सम फैमिली प्लानिंग डिवाइसेस. सो दे कम अंडर दिस. सो इसमें सिर्फ मेडिसिन नहीं है, इसमें डिवाइसेस भी हैं. ओके, एंड इट इज कंट्रोल्ड बाय विच बॉडी? NPPA, नेशनल फार्मास्यूटिकल्स प्राइसिंग अथॉरिटी. ये कंट्रोल करता है इनके प्राइसेस को. इनफैक्ट सारे ड्रग्स के प्राइसेस को कंट्रोल करता है, इसको भी कंट्रोल करता है. एंड इट कंट्रोल्स अंडर व्हाट इज नोन एज ड्रग कंट्रोल ऑर्डर ऑफ 2013. सो दिस इज लाइक अ डॉक्यूमेंट and based on which it controls the prices. So आपको generally confusion होता होगा NPPA then CDSCO. What is CDSCO? Central Drug Standards Controller Organization. ठीक है, तो CDSO का पर्पस है ओवरऑल ड्रग्स जो हैं उसका मॉनिटरिंग करना, उसको रेगुलेट करना, उसके लिए लाइसेंसेस देना, उसका इंस्पेक्शन करना, उसका ऑडिट करना. ठीक है, देन ये दिस इज पार्ट ऑफ जस्ट द प्राइसिंग पार्ट. NPPA is just looking at one aspect of drugs, that is pricing के लिए ये स्पेसिफिक बॉडी है. और CDSCO है वो जेनरिक बॉडी है. वो जेनरिक बॉडी सारी चीजें देखती हैं, NPPA बस प्राइसिंग देखती है. Is that okay? Then prices of scheduled drugs are allowed to increase each year by the drug regulator in line with the wholesale price index. So this is also true. So जैसे जैसे महंगाई बढ़ेगी, so these medicines, even though are essential medicines or any medicines, they can increase, the makers can increase the price according to the WPI, not CPI. Wholesale price index पे marked होता है and they can increase the price according to WPI. Is that okay? So what would be the answer? C. This is an easy question. Mach number is the ratio of object speed and speed of light. Speed of sound होना चाहिए. So this is often in news. Why this is in news? Hypersonic missile. China tested a hypersonic glide missile vehicle. China tested a hypersonic missile glide vehicle. So you need to understand hypersonic जब आप बोलते हैं उसका मतलब 5 Mach से ज़्यादा. 1 Mach means 330 meters per second. मतलब that is 1 Mach in air. ठीक है. And between 1 Mach and 5 Mach it is called as supersonic. More than 5 Mach it is hypersonic. Less than 1 Mach subsonic. ठीक है. Your aeroplanes flies at subsonic speeds. Fighter jets could be flying in supersonic speeds. Then there are missiles like cruise missiles and ballistic missiles. They can be hypersonic. So China has tested a hypersonic missile. So that is why it is in news. Can you name me any other missile which is also hypersonic? Agni. Agni भी ballistic missile है, which in terminal phase it often reaches hypersonic. But S-400 you would have heard. And BrahMos का जो latest version है, that we are moving for second generation, we will go for hypersonic. Okay. Agni Prime, Agni P. Oh, I'll have to check. I do not know about the speed. Range उसका कम है, but speed का मुझे idea नहीं है कि वो hypersonic है या नहीं. Okay. So this is with respect to hypersonic or supersonic. अच्छा, with respect to light होता तो क्या बोलते हैं? If you are comparing anything with respect to light years बोलते हैं. Light के respect में एक और unit होता है parsec. Okay. Do you remember the last year's question with respect to light? That why light is being used, or why light is used as a unit to measure astronomical distances? Was that question clear? See, speed of light, generally there is a perception that speed of light is constant, but in all mediums it is not constant. So when I say speed of light is this a correct statement? When I say speed of light is this a correct statement? Yes, good. इसका मतलब कि डिफरेंट मीडियम में स्पीड की लाइट की स्पीड चेंज होगी. तो वाटर में उसकी स्पीड कम हो जाती है. ओके, सो दैट इज व्हाई वी हैव टू टेक अ नोट. जो रिफ्रैक्टिव इंडेक्स का कॉन्सेप्ट है, व्हाई इज द कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ रिफ्रैक्टिव इंडेक्स? डायमंड का सबसे हाईएस्ट रिफ्रैक्टिव इंडेक्स होता है. क्यों? क्योंकि लाइट की स्पीड बहुत कम है डायमंड में. इट इज सेड दैट लाइट क्रॉल्स इनसाइड डायमंड. So that is why light appears to be shiny, क्योंकि लाइट जो है वहां स्लो हो जाती है, थम जाती है. So when we say distances between planets or astronomical distances are measured using light years, it means we are assuming that there is vacuum. There is vacuum. That is why we are using light years. ठीक है, इसलिए हम कोई और यूनिट को नहीं लेते. Is that okay? Consider the following statement related to Project Manav. Have you come across this? Manav. So it is a human atlas program, and this is of Department of Biotech. It is not of Ministry of Biotech, and it is not a project of Department of Science and Tech का नहीं है, ठीक है. It is a biotech का project है. Biotech का project क्यों है? So you would have heard about Human Genome Project, Earth Biogenome Project. तो ये projects क्यों आ रहे हैं? What are we trying to do? We are trying to map the genetic code not only of humans but also of entire species on this planet. अर्थ बायोजीनोम प्रोजेक्ट आ रहा है, जैसे ह्यूमन जीनोम प्रोजेक्ट पहले रीड था, अब ह्यूमन जीनोम प्रोजेक्ट राइट आ रहा है, ठीक है. दैट इज अंडरगोइंग. देन वी हैव दिस अर्थ बायोजीनोम. This Manav, it will prepare a human atlas. It will prepare a human atlas, but the distinction or difference is that, see, India है, बस खाली literature पढ़ के का human atlas बना देंगे, and we will not do research. So here you take a note that it is a comprehensive human atlas by assimilating all the known macro level and micro level information from scientific literature and public databases. It is not that we are conducting experiments in lab. जो अवेलेबल लिटरेचर हैं, जो रिसोर्सेज हैं, रिसर्च प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं, बस उसी में से सारा एसिमिलेशन कर रहे हैं, कंपाइलेशन है. ओके, सो दिस इज द डिफरेंस. तो यूएस या वो लोग जो प्रोजेक्ट्स करते हैं उसमें एक्चुअल रिसर्च करते हैं. जो ह्यूमन जीनोम प्रोजेक्ट जो 1990 में शुरू हुआ था एंड कंक्लूडेड इन 2004, सो दे एक्चुअली सीक्वेंस द एंटायर ह्यूमन जीनोम, बट हियर विल बी जस्ट स्टडिंग the literature and will try to create a human atlas. Do you understand the meaning of this word annotation? Annotation, data science में this word is often used. So annotation का मतलब होता है कि data जो होता है, it is unstructured. Any data which you have, it might be unstructured. You try to structure it, or you try to put some label. Labeling of the data so that the computer understands it, or you even understand it, is known as annotation. Algorithm would help you in doing annotation. Okay. Yes, it is. So you will remove the noise from the data, you will categorize it, or you will filter it. So all those data processing before the actual processing happens, that is known as data annotation. So annotation करेंगे and will create a organ model development, upskilled manpower and community. Sounds too literature, but yes, it is a correct statement. Okay, so first is correct, and second is also correct, and third is wrong. Does this help? So the correct answer is here only. Coming on to the last part, RNA. RNA, are you clear with this? RNA क्या होता है? What is DNA? Deoxyribonucleic acid. अच्छा, DNA, I am not asking the full form. I am asking the functionality. उसका use क्या है? Genes, good. DNA is the means or a method to transfer your traits or your characters from one generation to another generation. ठीक है, DNA का ये purpose है. तो that is also made up of nucleic acid. So it is said that in our body we are composed of 3 macromolecules. First is DNA, second is RNA, and third is proteins. ठीक है, तो RNA का purpose क्या होता है? डीएनए से हेल्प करता है. वो डीएनए को एक बेस बना के प्रोटीन जो आपकी बॉडी में जो बनता है, उस आरएनए के हेल्प की वजह से आपका प्रोटीन बनता है. सो आरएनए it is a mechanism of making protein, so it does many other function also. So RNA 3 टाइप के होते हैं. RNA, there are 3 types of RNA. First is known as ribosomal RNA. आपने सेल्स पढ़ा होगा, तो what are ribosomes? Ribosomes, one word, protein factory. Ribosomes are in your cell are what? Protein factory. They make protein in your body. So you consume protein externally also, but your body needs protein internally. आपके बॉडी में जो हार्मोन्स हैं, हार्मोन जो आपके ग्रोथ को कंट्रोल करते हैं, बाकी इमोशंस डिजायर्स को कंट्रोल करते हैं, एंजाइम्स हैं जो आपके डाइजेशन को कंट्रोल करते हैं. व्हाट आर दोस? एंटीबॉडीज जो आपको प्रोटेक्ट करते हैं. व्हाट आर दोस? दोज आर प्रोटीन्स. सो योर बॉडी नीड्स टू मेक प्रोटीन्स. हाउ विल दोस प्रोटीन्स बी मेड? यूजिंग हेल्प ऑफ आरएनए. तो प्रोटीन सिंथेसिस यू वुड हैव स्टडीड. प्रोटीन सिंथेसिस कैसे होता है? प्रोटीन सिंथेसिस, डीएनए से प्रोटीन बनता है, डीएनए से आरएनए पहले हेल्प करता है उसको. लेट अस सी अ स्मॉल वीडियो एंड देन यू कैन डिस्पर्स, क्योंकि देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ कॉन्सेप्ट इन्वॉल्वड हियर, एंड वैक्सीन्स में भी हम लोग यूज कर रहे हैं. यू वुड हैव हर्ड अबाउट mRNA वैक्सीन्स. mRNA vaccines. So you give me some time, 5-10 minutes. ये वाला concept important है for exam point of view. How will it open?
Here is a cell, the basic unit of all living tissue. In most human cells, there is a structure called the nucleus. The nucleus contains the genome. In humans, the genome is split between 23 pairs of chromosomes. Each chromosome contains a long strand of DNA, tightly packaged around proteins called histones. Within the DNA are sections called genes. These genes contain the instructions for making proteins. When a gene is switched on, an enzyme called RNA polymerase attaches to the start of the gene. It moves along the DNA, making a strand of messenger RNA, 3 bases in the nucleus. The DNA code determines the order in which the 3 bases are added to the messenger RNA. This process is called transcription. Before the messenger RNA can be used as the template for the production of proteins, it needs to be processed. This involves removing and adding sections of RNA. The messenger RNA then moves out of the nucleus into the cytoplasm. Protein factories in the cytoplasm, called ribosomes, bind to the messenger RNA. The ribosome reads the code in the messenger RNA to produce a chain made up of amino acids. There are 20 different types of amino acid. Transfer RNA molecules carry the amino acids to the ribosome.
Is it visible?
The messenger RNA is read 3 bases at a time. As each triplet is read, a transfer RNA delivers the corresponding amino acid. This is added to a growing chain of amino acids. Once the last amino acid has been added, the chain folds into a complex 3D shape to form the protein.
So you would have got an idea how protein synthesis is done. Okay. So is protein synthesis mein there are 2 steps involved. So for your memory, you can just remember 2 things. 2 steps are involved. One is transcription and other is translation. Transcription happens inside the nucleus. The unzipping of a DNA to form a messenger RNA, that is known as transcription. मतलब DNA से हम RNA बना रहे हैं, that is known as transcription. This is transcription. And then you have from RNA, you would be making protein. And this is known as translation. Okay, so you would have seen there are 3 types of this RNA. What are those? mRNA, एक messenger RNA है. The purpose of messenger RNA is to carry the message from the nucleus to the cytoplasm. ठीक है. Then you have this tRNA. You would have seen उसके head पे there are amino acids. So they transfer the amino acids onto mRNA का जो coding चल रहा है. That is tRNA. Then you have the ribosomal RNA. The ribosomal RNA actually moves on the mRNA and the tRNA helps in attaching the amino acids. So there are 3 types of RNA. ठीक है. तो जब ये process होता है DNA से RNA, this is transcription. So why do you know that जो RT-PCR टेस्ट है, why do we call it as a RT-PCR? Reverse transcription. So do you understand what is the meaning of this word? ट्रांसक्रिप्शन का मतलब डीएनए से आरएनए बनाना, रिवर्स ट्रांसक्रिप्शन का मतलब आरएनए से डीएनए बनाना. Why do we have to go for this process before going for PCR? What is PCR? PCR you just understand कि मल्टीपल कॉपीज, मतलब जेरोक्स मशीन के जैसे. आप कोई भी जीन या कोई भी बायोलॉजिकल कंपाउंड दे देगा, उसके आपको मिलियंस ऑफ कॉपीज चाहिए, देन यू वुड मेक व्हाट, डू पीसीआर. मतलब डीएनए का it is a Xerox machine. It is a Xerox machine for DNA to make multiple copies. But RNA का नहीं है. So your COVID virus is a RNA based virus. So you will have to make from RNA to DNA and then you can apply PCR. PCR works only on DNA. Okay, that is why it is called as reverse RT-PCR. Now you would have heard that many of the vaccines are mRNA based. Have you come across this? That many of the COVID vaccine are mRNA based, and mRNA based vaccines are the revolution in vaccine making. Have you heard about this? mRNA technology जो है revolution है. क्यों? mRNA क्या करता है? It teaches your body to make proteins, and in response to this protein your body would produce antibodies. What is the difference between antigen and antibodies? हाँ, वो डिफरेंट कॉन्टेक्स्ट में है. दैट इज फॉर योर ब्लड प्लाज्मा, और वो डिफरेंट कॉन्टेक्स्ट में. दिस एंटीजन इज एनी एक्सटर्नल एजेंट विच कॉजेस डिजीज इन यू, एंटीजन, एंड इन रिस्पॉन्स टू द एंटीजन यू प्रोड्यूसेस antibodies. This is basically what your immune system producing some proteins to fight the external pathogens. तो what happens, mRNA based क्या होता है? mRNA based वैक्सीन का सबसे बड़ा एडवांटेज है, it can be made in labs. अभी तक जो हमारे वैक्सीन्स, जो कन्वेंशनल वैक्सीन्स होते थे, यू वुड हैव हर्ड कि पोलियो की वैक्सीन्स होते थे, किल्ड बैक्टीरिया वैक्सीन होते थे. मतलब देयर वाज अ बैक्टीरिया व्हिच वाज किल्ड, और इट वाज इवन लाइव आल्सो बट एटेन्यूएटेड. So you are using the pathogen only to make a vaccine, but in this case you could make mRNA in the lab. Synthetically you can make an mRNA. This mRNA, when it enters your body, your body will make a particular type of protein which will mimic the, let us say, COVID virus, and in response to that COVID virus your body will produce an antibody, and that is how you get the protection. So mRNA based vaccines are Moderna and Pfizer. What is Covishield? Covishield is a vector vaccine, adenovector. When I say adenovector, it means COVID is what? A coronavirus. Okay, in order to fight that virus, what we do is generally take another class of virus, adenovirus, which are found in chimpanzees, and we'll use that, we'll modify that, and we'll make a vaccine out of that, and your body will think that it is what kind of corona only, and it will make an antibody to fight it, and that is how your protection you get the protection in case of vector vaccines. What is Covaxin? What is Covaxin? It is an inactivated vaccine. Inactivated मतलब वायरस को inactivate, killed करके. Is that okay? So what would be the answer in this case? But there is some language error, I guess, in the statements. Messenger RNA molecules carry the coding sequence for protein synthesis and are called transcripts. ठीक है, ये तो सही है. tRNA और transfer RNA is decoder of the mRNA message and act as the link between a gene and a protein. Yes, it is also link. All of them in a way are linked to forming DNA से protein. Okay. A ribosomal RNA molecules from the core of the cells, ribosomes, the structures in which protein synthesis takes place. ठीक है? So all. Is that okay? हाँ, all होना चाहिए. See, I guess answer given to you is what? That this is not correct. Decoder, message and act as a link between gene. So I do not find this convincing that it is not correct. Yeah. tRNA क्या कर, tRNA ट्रांसफर RNA है. ट्रांसफर नाम क्यों है? Why? Because it is carrying an amino acid on its head, and it will transfer that amino acid onto what? That chain. And it will make a chain of amino acid, and the chain, how it folds, that becomes protein. The folding of protein, folding of amino acid is also a science in itself. So no computer have been able to decipher the folding pattern. Folding pattern, यदि गड़बड़ हो जाए, so you would develop a lot of disease. So there are many supercomputers now trying to study this folding pattern of this amino acids also. So there is a computer called Blue Gene in Germany. They are trying to study, and they have been able to decipher how protein folds in your body. Okay.